And the first years, your semester, first semester. Hello. I would like to announce the
ஹலோ கேக்குதாம்மா?
names of the students
ஹலோ
who
கேக்குதா?
have secured first, second, and third places. Both in first years and second.
இதுல என் போட்டோ இருக்கா? அந்த இது அங்க வரும்.
இமெயிலில் வந்துருக்கு.
அந்த இமெயில் இருக்குல்ல, இமெயில் இருக்குல்ல.
சரி சரி. கொஞ்சம் பண்ணிட்டு நம்ம பார்த்துப்போம். இந்த மாதிரி ஒர்க் ஆகுது. ஹலோ 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 ஹலோ
Jay sir, you're audible, sir.
Hello, good morning. Ma'am, good morning, ma'am. Caroline, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Ma'am, good morning, ma'am.
Is my voice is clear, ma'am?
Yeah, your voice is clear, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all. Subramania.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Caroline, ma'am.
Ma'am, சொல்லுங்க, ma'am.
If the time comes to start, you just inform me, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
I'll
4
be
more minutes to
inside,
go.
but you have
Okay.
to initiate. I'm
Sure,
waiting
ma'am,
for
sure.
your words, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Yes,
Sure.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
On this side, let's go. That's okay, fine.
Good morning. Morning to you all.
Morning, Father.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How is that? My picture is not that clear. It's on account that you have not unmuted video or what is happening?
Jaykumar, sir, kindly look into this problem. Father's picture is not seen. It's blurred.
It's blurred.
Yes, Father, it is blurred and the whole screen is in green
yeah,
color.
yeah.
He's looking on the button.
Jaykumar, sir, kindly help Father.
Ma'am, he went to see the. Hello, ma'am. Caroline, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Jaykumar said we to see the father's problem.
சரியா அப்படி இருக்கு. என்ன ஆச்சு?
இல்லைப்பா உங்களுக்கு 2 கேமரா இருக்குல்ல, பிரைமரி கேமரா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக எடுத்துக்கிது.
Yes, Father. Now you are clear.
யா
Father.
ஆஃப்டர்நூன் அந்த மாதிரி வருமா? ஆன் பண்ண அப்படி வருமா?
இல்லைப்பா ஜஸ்ட் அது மாதிரி வந்துச்சுனாக்கா வீடியோவில் போய் இந்த ஆடியோ வீடியோ
அதில் போய்
அதில் போனீங்கன்னா வீடியோ செட்டிங் இருக்கும்.
ஆ
ஜஸ்ட் செகண்ட் இது மட்டும் கிளிக் பண்ணால் இப்போ ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக மாறும்.
ஓகே.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Hope you had a very good rest yesterday. Let's start today's session. Let me hand over the session to the MC, Ms. Gayatri.
Ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, Caroli ma'am, shall we start, ma'am?
Wait a minute, ma'am. Gayatri will call you. Like Gayatri will ask you to join, then you can start, ma'am.
I am waiting, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Very good morning to everyone gathered virtually, and welcome to the international webinar organized by Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, India, and Loyola College of Education, Chennai, India, in collaboration with University.
Madam, good morning, madam. Good morning,
Sir,
madam.
good morning,
Gayatri,
sir.
madam. Good morning, ma'am. Good
A
morning,
very
Jana
good
Sundari,
morning
ma'am.
to
Good
everyone
morning.
gathered
Yes, sir. Good
virtually.
morning, sir.
Good morning.
True alchemy lies in this formula. Your memory and your senses are but the nourishment of your creative impulse, by Richard Arthur Ritman. Keeping in mind all the brilliant inputs, ideas, information from yesterday's talks, let's start the day with an input session on leadership for enhancing creativity in classrooms by Dr. Kashyapi Awasthi, Assistant Professor, National Center for School Leadership, NIEPA, New Delhi, India. Over to the moderator for the session, Dr. Jnana Soundari, Assistant Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai.
Thank you, ma'am. Shall I start, ma'am?
Gayatri, ma'am, you just find out from your organizer.
Yes, ma'am, you can start, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning to one and all present here for the second day international webinar on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects. Organized by Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, India, and Loyola College of Education, Chennai, India, in collaboration with University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. I thank God Almighty and the organizing team to moderate this wonderful session. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Kashyapi Ashwati, Assistant Professor, National Center for School Leadership, NUPA, National University for Education Planning and Administration. Madam pursued MSc in Botany, B.Ed in Environmental Education, M.Ed in Teacher Education, PhD community participation in school education, and PG diploma in guidance and counseling. Madam's mid-career academic with 14 years of experience in teaching, research and teacher education, school education, and school leadership. Madam's doctorate in the area of community participation in elementary education from the Center of Advanced Studies in Education, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Masters both in Botany and Education for the same university. Madam currently working with the National Center for School intensively in building capacities of school aides in transforming not only self but also school and society, and thus be the manifestation of change that one desires to see around. Madam, 6 years of teaching experience in traditional university and graduate and postgraduate level with the Department of Education, Faculty of Education and Psychology. The Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda from 2006 to 2012. Madam has conducted evaluative studies of the different government schemes and programs like the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, the alternate and innovative scheme of education, and others. Currently, researching in the area of school leadership and working with small schools in Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Rajasthan. Also, exploring the policy goal and school complexes to arrive at contextualized models, frameworks for its implementation in the country. Madam is providing consulting services to the autonomous government organizations like Navodaya Vidyalaya Sangatan, Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangatan, the Central Board for School Education in the area of school leadership, and working closely with the Ministry of Education on different committees in schools and teacher educations. The establishment of central universities of teacher education, the strengthenings of diets and SCRTs, school leadership standards framework of roadmap, school safety and security guidelines, and the government flagship programs on Diksha and Nishta. Madam has published in the area of school education, community participation, school leadership, science education, and teacher education of various books and research papers. Ma'am, it's my immense pleasure to introduce the great personality and the overwhelmed knowledge personality for this wonderful session, ma'am. Ma'am, on behalf of all the organizing team, we welcome you, ma'am. Please, ma'am, I'm handovering the session in your hands, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so very much for that humble introduction, and a very, very good morning to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Audible, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. That was very generous of you to have so elaborately introduced me. And let us see how all of us together can really enrich from time and space that we have collaborative world. I am very much thankful to organizers, the Loyola College of Education and the Institute for Teacher Education in collaboration with Mara for having organized this international conference this time. And this is a very, very needful area in which we have begin to dialogue on, and I'm hoping that this would really benefit our both school education and teacher education as such to really improve the quality of education in a broader sense. With these few words, I would like to share my presentation and let me know.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am, the resource person. Could you please kindly increase your volume, ma'am? It's very feeble. Could you kindly increase your volume? Thank you, ma'am.
Please excuse me, I was down with fever since last 3 days. So my volume, this is the maximum I can.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Very sorry.
That's okay.
But now it is okay, ma'am. It is okay now.
I put up a headset and I'm only hoping that I don't start coughing in between. So excuse me for that. Sharing. My screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so very much. I'm making it slideshow mode. You see the complete screen slideshow?
Yes, yes,
Complete,
ma'am.
complete
We are able
screen,
to
ma'am.
see.
At times, when you change the slide, it doesn't move to the viewer. Just let me know if I change the slide, are you seeing? Do you see the next slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. Okay. Now, it's said that real change often takes place in deep crisis. And this has been so true, and we've all seen this during the pandemic. So, in this
Their
moment,
focus will be on the cryptocurrency exchanges.
I am hearing some other voice. Is there some cross communication?
You continue, please. You please continue,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. So it said that the real change often takes place in deep crisis, and this movement holds the possibility that we won't return to the status quo when things return to normal. While this crisis has deeply disruptive implications, including poor education, it does not have predetermined outcomes. It will be the nature of our collective and systemic responses to these disruptions that will determine how we are affected by them. This came up in the Insights from Education at a Glance by OECD in 2020, documenting the impact of COVID-19 on education. And we have seen that in this crisis, uh, kind of learning that has taken place, the way the teachers across the globe, more so in India, where technology used to be a huge challenge, but our teachers have overcome that challenge, learned it during this crisis time. Maybe necessity is the mother of invention, as we call it, across across context, teachers have grown and have learned and have engaged with children in different schools, across sectors, across managements, both government, private, semi-government, in the rural, in the urban, in the semi-urban, in the remote rural. Across sections, children and teachers have come up with alternative pedagogies of engaging children. And perhaps today we see that our classrooms have become more technology enabled classrooms. Our classrooms are able to engage children in a blended form of learning. And I'm sharing with you some of those glimpses that have come from schools across the country, especially for the international clientele that we have, so that you get a perspective of what happened in India during the pandemic. This is this is an image of from Chhattisgarh, where you see a school teacher, a single teacher school, carrying this umbrella, teaching aids on it, a green board, and in the another image, you see children are sitting outside their homes, uh, keeping the social distancing norm, and have been learning. So when we talk of creativity and we're talking of how leadership can enhance creativity, perhaps this is the best example which shows the teacher leadership and the creative engagement of the teacher in really bringing creativity into teaching such that it inspires children to learn. and children being at home, outside in their mohallas, are also engaged with the teacher in the process of learning. The second example that you see here is the teacher having created those small boards for every student. So you have your own space and you are engaging in your own space. Teacher holding that speaker with him and a mic, and through that microphone is able to reach out to all the children who are sitting in the streets, in their own verandas, outside the school, with the social distancing now and studying. So creativity is not just about every time being something new. It is also about being something meaningful. It is also about finding a solution amidst crisis. And perhaps amidst this crisis, the kind of solutions that our teachers have come up with is also creativity. And we'll look at this when we define creativity and look at the models of creativity in that sense. There's another image of a school principal from Rajasthan. She, in the first image, you see the school principal with some leaflets in hand and then a mobile that she is donating to one of the students. She moved a campaign where she invited people to donate their mobiles, which they are not. Many times we actually have a lot of technology in terms of the mobiles. When we update ourselves with the new technology, the old remains as it is. So she encouraged people to donate such devices that they had and to their students so that the students use technology. And in this manner, a lot of people came up to donate their old devices to children so that they could use that for learning. In another image is a newspaper clipping which demonstrates how she used the tree bark, the rocks on the way, the tree barks, the rocks on the way to really put up all the teaching learning material on it so that children could study at their own pace in different time. So this is how you see creativity coming up in teaching. This is a Jila Parishad school from Maharashtra where the teachers made teaching cards, and these cards were given to children. And this is a visit that the teacher is making to each household of the child, where the children have demonstrated those cards and are demonstrating what they have learned during the lockdown through with the help of those cards. So it is also about the self-learning habits that you develop in the children through the use of teaching learning material that once again is making your classroom also creative, developing in the child creative learning habits, and also supporting the teacher in the sense to really help the children learn. Few more images. Once again, creatively using the street walls to really help children learn. So if the children can't go to the school instead goes to them. And I'm sure I have only few images. You would have known many more across the country, even in your part of the country, where the teachers have creatively engaged in really helping children learn. This is the image you see where the teacher also does not have any um, advanced technology, but is making use of her mobile. The way she hanged the mobile with a hanger and with the chair that she had, and the mobile records what she is teaching on what she's writing on the green board so that it could be telecast to all her students sitting at home and learning. So perhaps everything that you have, uh, jokingly we call this jugaad technology. So use whatever you have at home to really help children, or at school to really help children learn. Similarly, in another image also the walls are used. Uh, Here you see the school space is being used through social distancing mode. And the teacher standing at the center with a microphone and a speaker reaching out to the children and helping them. In the first image, the teacher uh, uh, is having pamphlets in his hand where he is actually making the community aware. So it's about community awareness campaign, aware about the problems, about the solutions, about the vaccination, and lot of such things. So not just about subject-based learning, but also about supporting the society in really leading healthy lives. So this is something, these are some of the images I wanted to begin with to really help you understand when we talk of creativity, it shouldn't be thought of as a jargonized term. And when we think of it as a jargonized terms, perhaps we start feeling the burden of it, and we start thinking, ki, "Arey, not everyone can be creative, and only few can be creative, but we can have everyday creativity in the little things that we do, in the little ideations or the little changes that we make in what is being regularly practiced." And therefore, creativity is not always about something very original and something very different. Creativity could also be a little tweaking of keeping your needs, your context, your schools or institutional vision in mind, and the needs of your students or children in mind. How you are actually bringing changes so that it makes their life easy, but at the same time, it ensures equitability of learning outcomes for every individual, perhaps that creativity. These images have actually shown us the creativity that the teachers and school leaders and principals have really brought out, which helped them reach to all the children in the pandemic and even the post-pandemic. Even today, when the children actually uh, are not able to reach up to the age appropriate and grade appropriate learning levels, perhaps helping them bridging those learning levels is something the teachers are doing through this. From here, we would move on to the second aspect of my presentation. Uh, I wanted to begin from the field, so that whenever we now talk of the theory or the understanding of creativity, we go back to this context from where we are coming, and then really try to define and understand creativity and leadership for inducing creativity. Yes. Next. The World Economic Forum 2015 argues that beyond the foundational literacies, creativity is very, very important and is one of the most desirable competencies, which, along with certain other character qualities, describe the range of skills that the employees would need to thrive today, tomorrow, and for the future days to come. Yes, so while the emphasis in school education or when we talk of higher education is also about on the foundational literacies or on the core competencies or on the domain competencies when we talk of higher education. But beyond the domain competencies, if the individual does not have these character qualities of curiosity, initiative taking, grit, adaptability, leadership, social and cultural awareness, perhaps they will not be able to exist or rather survive in this globalized world. And along with these character qualities, one would need these competencies of critical thinking and problem solving, of creative thinking, of collaboration and communication. In today's world, we cannot think of working in isolation. Uh, I would need to collaborate so as to enrich my own competencies, at the same time collaboratively generate new competencies literacies which would help us sail through and continuously learn. So both creative and critical thinking, collaboration and communication. And thus 21st century skills is a mix of these foundational literacies, the character skills or the character qualities, and the competencies, these core competencies. And therefore, school education Therefore, school education, teacher education, and needs to be at the forefront of really designing both curriculum and pedagogies that really help teachers integrate each of these. I don't see creativity in isolation, but creativity has to be integrated with the foundational literacies so that it becomes a part of our everyday life. So creativity is an everyday task. Creativity is not a one-time task. Creativity is not about an artist.
கால் பண்ணி அப்படியே சொல்லணுமே.
Sir, please mute the audio, sir.
That's something we really need to understand.
அவங்களும் யூஸ் பண்ண மாட்டேங்குது.
Let's
நாய்ஸ் போதும் அதில் வெளியே வந்துடும்.
So let's
Please kindly unmute yourself. Mute yourself.
So now in this background, when we look at creativity, what is creativity? Creativity is an ability or a capacity to imagine, conceive, express or make something. Not necessarily that it was never there or never before, but the way it was being used maybe is a novel one. So it's your capacity to imagine, to conceive, to express, or make anything. The National Advisory Committee on Creative and Cultural Education defines it as an imaginative activity, fashioned so as to produce outcomes that are both original and of value. So something that is additional to the first definition is the word value. It has to be meaningful to the institution, to the organization, to the individual, and that would really make it more creative. Creativity as a general capability is called critical and creative thinking. So creativity is not just about aesthetics, it is also about logic. And therefore, when it intersects with the conventional subjects or the regular school timetable or the learning areas, perhaps that is when it makes the students more creative. That is when it makes the classrooms more creative and more engaging spaces for learning. The last part is a definition which talks of creative thinking and would help us understand creativity and creative thinking. So creativity and creative thinking. So how do we look at creative thinking? Creative thinking is a process through which knowledge, intuition, and skills are applied to imagine, express, or make something novel or individual in its context. So creative thinking is present in all areas of life, and it may appear spontaneous, but it can be underpinned by perseverance, by experimentation, by critical thinking, and by collaboration. So we can really, through our perseverance, bring creativity, through our collaboration and work as a team, bring creativity in all our domains. So it's about how you engage children in the process of imagination. May I request all participants to kindly mute yourself. So it's about how do you engage your children in really imagining exercise within the classroom. How do you engage your children in expressing differently? Or do you encourage different expressions? Or you still continue with what is given in the textbooks or the syllabi and promote or encourage children to reproduce it in the same manner? Creativity is about giving those little spaces to the children. I recall one of my uh, classrooms uh, way back in the practice teaching, where one of my students, a physics postgraduate, teaching grade 11, talked about the Bohr's atomic model, and mentioning in reference to the Bohr's atomic model, draws an entire cricket field where he makes the children imagine the nucleus with its protons and neutrons to be the two players and the electrons to be the entire cricketing field, where they are positioned at different places in the orbits, and how they are moving around the entire nucleus. So this novel way of looking at the Bohr's atomic model is also an expression of creativity, where you help the children to relate the day-to-day domain knowledge of whether it is chemistry, physics, biology, or language like English, Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, or any language for that matter. So how within your classrooms you help children think or look at the domain knowledge differently in an interdisciplinary or in a multidisciplinary fashion. I also would like to quote an example from one of the chemistry classes where ionic bonds and covalent bonds were being taught. And in that man, while teaching of ionic and covalent bonds, the teacher actually talks about uh, how we should share and care with people in our real lives. So it's talking about values, it's talking about giving, is talking about sharing, is talking about how the innermost orbit, or how somebody who has a complete octet, right? Like we talk in those elements whose octet is complete, outermost orbit is complete, do not share, are non-reactive elements, and how in real life also people who supposedly are rich and have everything do not want to share, while people who are people who are not, well, that's a very sweet voice of a child. I would
Gayatri ma'am,
put you to mute.
Gayatri ma'am, kindly I request the participants to mute the mic, please.
Participants, kindly refrain from unmuting yourself.
So
Kindly mute yourself now.
So these are some of the examples that we could bring in our day-to-day teaching learning, which would actually make children understand the creativity in day-to-day life tasks. And that creative expression would develop in them inquisitiveness, develop in them collaboration, develop in them a discipline, develop in them perseverance, develop in them qualities of inquiry and exploration. And that is about critical and creative thinking. This is CRL's 5 creative learning habits. CRL is a center for real world learning. And these creative learning habits have been given by Lucas Claxton and Spencer in 2013. So these 5 habits are collaborative, inquisitive, persistent, imaginative, and disciplined. So when CRL talks about collaborative, it includes sharing, giving and receiving feedback, and cooperation. So as teachers, as also as students, when you engage in the process of sharing what? Sharing of knowledge, sharing of practice. So when teachers share their practice with other teachers, perhaps they would become more creative. What does this mean? Today, when we look at teacher education, we see, or school education also for that matter, we see teachers teaching in isolation. in closed classrooms. And perhaps I do not appreciate the engagement of any other teacher or involvement of any other teacher in my classroom. And rather it challenges me, or rather it makes me feel insecure. Why is this person into my class? What has she to do with what I am teaching in my class? So it actually makes me feel insecure in that sense. And because of this insecurity, or because of the fear of being judged, uh, we do not, we isolate ourselves and we engage in privacy of practice. There's this scholar from Center for Leadership Learning in Harvard University called Richard Elmore. And Elmore says privacy of practice leads to isolation, and isolation is an enemy of development. So the more we isolate ourselves, the more we are restricting ourselves from being creative. And the more we become open to criticism, open to sharing, open to learning, the more creative we can become. And therefore, sharing, giving and receiving feedback, and cooperating in the process of learning is a key habit that any teacher or student should inculcate to become more creative. The second and core habit that CRL mentions is about being inquisitive. What is about being inquisitive? Having a feeling of wonder for every event or phenomena that you see, questioning every event or phenomena that exists, rather than taking knowledge as given and as absolute, questioning the knowledge. And when we question knowledge or the phenomena, perhaps uh, we are creating new body of knowledge. So rather than going by authority, rather than uh, uh, following the diktats, perhaps questioning helps everyone to be more logical, to explore and investigate, and to challenge the existing assumptions. I will give one example which is common from our day-to-day life experiences. Uh, when we engage with teachers in working in impoverished conditions or in very remote rural contexts, catering to the needs of the children in the impoverished conditions. Something that we commonly get to hear is for children not being able to reach the age appropriate learning levels, is that these are first generation learners. Perhaps when we challenge this assumption of first generation learners or children coming from impoverished communities, we are actually uh, establishing new standards of learning for each one of them, and and actually arriving at new or alternate pedagogies of engaging with these children that would really help them learn better. The third quality that he mentions, CR has mentioned, is about being persistent. So creativity comes with grit. Creativity comes with perseverance. Creativity comes with daring to be different. The courage that one takes. Uh, it's okay if people laugh at what I have done, but that shouldn't be stopping me from really being different. So when you have this notion, this feeling within you, perhaps you can be creative. When you have the tolerance for uncertainty, it's okay to be uncertain. It's okay to be confused. It's okay to have very my different ideas, and it's okay to stick to difficulty. When we stick to difficulty, perhaps we evolve in creative mechanisms, because it's the difficulty or the necessity of coming out of that difficulty or solving the problems or issues that we have that makes us find creative solutions to it. And therefore, persistence is very, very important. The reason some of the teachers could reach the unreached pockets during the pandemic is because they challenged the difficulty, is because they stick to the difficulties, because they dared to be different, that today they are appreciated. Being imaginative is about using your intuition, is about making connections, is about playing with possibilities. So imagination is all about looking for possibilities. What could be done? It's about exploring it's about brainstorming, where you don't restrict yourself to rights and wrongs. You just explore all. You just try and make connections. It's about the kind of concept maps or mind maps that we make are imaginative exercises. And when you engage children in drawing such connections, let's say the concept of how the concept of uh, ecology is actually relating to language, to the discipline of language, to the discipline of physics, to the discipline of biology, to the discipline of social learning, and really looking at it uh, very differently from how we study it in the core domain of biology. So when you look at every domain in this fashion and are able to make connections, perhaps children have this holistic learning. And this is something that really helps children grow. And if teachers are able to build that connection, that really helps. Discipline, crafting and improving, reflecting critically and developing techniques. So the discipline of critically reflecting on what has been done actually helps one in trying something new, so as to overcome the problems, in developing new techniques. These are some of the creative learning habits, and these can be looked at both by teachers and by school leaders also, in terms of how do we ensure that classrooms uh, promote these habits, both in teachers as also in students. So how you develop a culture in your school where collaboration, inquiry, persistence, imagination, and discipline is promoted. So developing a culture that actually promotes each of these, because then this will become a part of the learning habit of every teacher and every student. We've already discussed these, so I'm skipping on this. And now, this is a small exercise I want to give you all. Some of you may have done this exercise also, but I want you to do it in your own books and then let us put up on the chat box if you've been able to do it. There are 9 dots. I want you to connect each of these dots, 9 dots, in a manner that you do not lift your pencil. Yes, you do not lift your pencil, and you should be forming a triangle as well. So you make a triangle, but also connect all the dots. And let's see, you don't repeat your pencil again on any of the dots, and still you are able to connect the dots. It takes 5 minutes to really see how soon you are able to do it. I am going to look at the chat box to really see if I've got responses. Or you can also show a thumbs up if you've been able to do it. You have to connect all the dots. You have to form a triangle, one triangle at least. And you don't have to lift your pencil. I see one thumbs up coming. 2, Revati has been able to do it. Okay, let me show you. Do you see the change in slides? Yes. Now let's see if there's an alternate way of doing this. Any other alternate way of doing this? This is one way this could be done. Is there any other alternate way of doing this? Or Revati or Vichula, you had done the same manner or some other manner? Now here, if you see, in the figure, the lines are extended so that all the points get covered. So in basically creativity, you've got to think beyond what you see. And when you think beyond what you see, you extend your imagination, perhaps you'll be able to be creative and you'll find alternatives. I'll show you another way of doing it. So once again, here you are extending and you see a line that crosses all the three. Perhaps here also you are able to cover. So once again, you have to be little imaginative, extend yourself beyond the givens, and you will be able to do it. So that is it about creativity. Now, this is something researchers were done across schools in really coming up with arriving at these 8 key principles for inducing creativity. For inducing creativity in classrooms. This is by Campbellis and Berkey, and we will take up each of these key principles and look at the role of leadership in actually uh, making more creative classrooms. Let us take up the first principle. Creativity can be promoted through all school subjects. So, as I said, let us do away with the notion that creativity can only be. The common assumption is creativity is only possible in languages. It is only possible in social science. You can't be creative in mathematics, right? So that's the notion. You can't be creative in physics. You can't be creative in chemistry. So a notion about STEM subjects is that you cannot be creative in STEM subjects. You can only be creative in languages because we think that language has a basic aim of creativity, inculcating creativity, or a basic objective of inculcating imagination. But that's not true. Once again, I'm bringing in example from the classrooms. This is a classroom that I visited in one of these schools in a very remote rural area. A class uh, after the recess, and after the recess, we know the kind of mess that children create in the school and in the classrooms. So this is a mathematics teacher. She enters in the classroom and sees, and it's a rural school, so children usually eat those. Fruits or nuts or something that they get, or berries that they get in the neighborhood, right? So children had those groundnuts that they used to find in the fields in the neighborhood, and that were being sold there. So all of them had groundnuts, and all the groundnuts that they had taken out those. the outer covering of the groundnut, the husks that they had, were thrown all around in the ground and in the classroom and everywhere. Teacher begins the class by saying, "What did you have today for your meals?" So children shout. Some of them said they had berries, some of them said they had bananas, some of them said they had groundnuts. The teacher goes ahead, "Okay, let me know how many of you had groundnuts." And almost 50% of the class raises hands. We all had groundnuts. Okay, how many groundnuts did you have? And this is a class 5. So elementary class in that sense. Children say that we had 10 rupees, worth 10 rupees. Okay, how much do you get for 10 rupees? Didn't measure, he gave us a, so what is it? This is the quantity. Okay, let's assume this to be 50 grams. So all of you had 50 grams of groundnuts? Yes, sir. And how much husk will you remove from a 50 gram of groundnut? Let's assume to be 5 grams or 10 grams. So if all one person had 50 grams of groundnut, how much dust he has? Dirt he has created? 10 grams. There are 50 students in our classroom, 25 of whom have eaten groundnuts, and they have released 10 grams of husk. How many do we have? 250 grams. What are the classrooms that we have in school? We have 12 classrooms. This is a 1 to 12 school. So in a 1 to 12 schools, if in every class, let us assume 25 students have eaten groundnuts, 250 grams of husk is removed. How much husk is removed in the entire school? Now this becomes a mathematics class. But what is the teacher questioning? The teacher is questioning about groundnut, but the teacher is helping them multiply. The teacher is helping them see the relationship. And by the time the teacher asks this question, that there are 12 classrooms, every class, each child has uh, 25 grams, and there are 25 children. Now the students have already started understanding the value of cleanliness, the value of keeping their own surrounding clean. So they are also talking about value education in a mathematics class. So the children are learning mathematics, children are learning value. At the same time, the children are also becoming more sensitive towards their own school and more sensitive towards their own habits, and are also learning about it. And therefore, creativity can be promoted through all subjects is something as leaders and as teachers we should understand to be a core principle. Influence creative thinking through well-designed learning spaces. We need to create spaces where children feel free. Most of our classrooms are with fixed furnitures, right? Where children are sitting in a didactic fashion, where the teacher is closer to the board and the children are watching the teacher. So it's more often where the teacher speaks and the children listen. Now, this space has to be broken. Somewhere it has to be children are sitting facing each other in groups in a cafeteria like setup, and the children are discussing ideas amongst them. The teacher is moving as a facilitator. So unless we create some such spaces, creativity will not happen. So we need to redesign our classrooms infrastructurally also and creatively also. Classrooms and schools, both at the school education level and in the higher education also, because in higher education also we have a very, very didactic arrangement in our classrooms where very not very often creativity is promoted. Third is increase the use of open-ended questions. How frequently we allow children to answer through open-ended questions also tells us about the subjectivity that we allow in our classrooms. Engage learner in meaningful and authentic activities. I recall one of the holiday homeworks given by given by teacher to the students was about interviewing all traffic police to really find out their life, their plight in disciplining the traffic and disciplining the people, standing in the standing amidst the rude weather, whether it is summers or winters or monsoon. In all weathers, in fact, we see the traffic police standing there to discipline people, and very. We also very rarely we see people respecting or appreciating their tasks. So through such kind of assignment, children were actually made to feel sensitive towards the public officers who actually serve us. So in this manner, we can engage learners in meaningful and authentic activities. So they are also learning social sciences, but they are also learning about uh, how to actually engage with collaboratively, sensitively, and understand things. Collaboration enhances creativity, making efficient use of educational technologies, allowing for mistakes and sensible risk taking. Unless we appreciate mistake, we cannot encourage people to uh, do something new. So we'll have to appreciate mistakes rather than criticizing mistake. Appreciate because someone has done and made an effort to be different. That may not be of great value, but help them to improve on it and reward, uh, learn, assess, and reward creativity. So these are some of the principles, classroom principles, which really, if a teacher or a school leader encourages in one's institution, perhaps that really helps and promotes creativity. I'm coming at the last part of my presentation, and just let me know the time also so that I don't overshoot the time. The potential challenges that actually come to when we talk of introducing creativity in the classrooms. And this is by the tyrannies that creative leaders must overcome by Slocum. And when it comes, it talks that changing the shared ways of thinking and acting that give shape, direction, and momentum to organizations is one of the great challenges faced by leaders. So for leaders, the patterns of thinking as individuals, we become uh, so tuned to our own way of thinking and doing things that it becomes very difficult when somebody suggests an alternate manner. The first thing that we do is defend ourselves. Meaning, what I'm doing is correct. Because actually, when somebody wants to change us, it challenges us. It challenges our ego, and we feel that I am being questioned rather rather than so separate act from individual. When we separate act from individual, perhaps people don't feel challenged. But when we superimpose, see our act as us, perhaps we feel that we are criticized, and therefore we immediately start defending when somebody asks us to change. So changing the shared way of thinking and acting that gives shape, direction, and momentum. So three things. So we need to evolve shared ways of thinking and acting, and we need to give direction and momentum to it, not just for individuals, but for all organizations. And this is the greatest challenge that school leaders or leaders across institutes of learning are facing, because we feel challenged when we are asked to improve. And here I would suggest, because of the limited time, we're not going into it, but I would suggest if you could Google the um, Rogers change curve, perhaps you would realize how change happens and how we could actually support people in really changing. so as to overcome these potential challenges. Some of the other challenges that we see that teachers and school leaders face are, first one is how to balance the bureaucracy. So the administrative demands and creativity. At times, the outcomes are not established or measured effectively. So when we use some, let's say you are using role play or drama to really teach, it becomes a challenge for both the learners, the students, as also the teachers, how to evaluate children. What will the children message the children derive by learning through this method? And therefore, at times we stick to the traditional lecture methods. Why? Because we feel it is easy. So the children now know this is the definition of creativity. They now know this is how it has to be written. So they'll be able to reproduce it. They'll be able to write it. I'll be able to teach easily. And therefore, this is the best way. I'll also be able to show it to people. Therefore, most of the time, we actually uh, don't dare to be creative or different. Why? Because we are worried about bureaucracy. We are worried about how will we show what we did. We are worried about how we document it. We are worried about how we measure it. And that actually becomes a greatest hurdle being creative in classrooms. At times, it also creative classrooms are also a little noisy. But if noise is for collaboration, for generation, perhaps we should welcome and appreciate that noise. At times we are not sure how good is good. So complacency also leads to reluctance in striving for being better. For example, a school that receives 100% result may think, what next? So we are already having 100% result, but 100% result doesn't mean 100% learning. 100% result doesn't mean 100% creativity. So at times, complacency is also the enemy of creativity. And therefore, if you want to be creative, perhaps you should have a learning attitude and we should do away with complacency. Third is looking backwards and forwards. If it does not match with the shared aims or beliefs of the establishment. So, as a school or as an institution of learning, whether it's school education or higher education or teacher education, when we are being creative, we need to be aware of whether this is in line with my institutional goals. I think that's very important. And it also has to be better, not just different. So everything that is different is not better. And everything that may be better may not be different. But creativity means better and different. So it has to lead to schooling. And creativity is not about false freedom. We know in the name of creativity, people take up false freedom. Any vague idea is not creative. So depending on how it is led, some may feel that it is creative or it is being done to them, or may not feel ready for change. The approaches are not embedded in the consistent or agreed manner, which is to say that it is not leading to anything productive, and therefore at times it becomes chaotic. So creativity is also not about chaos. Rather it is about creative freedom, creative learning, creative expression, which really helps everyone uh, and in becoming better. uh, Dr. Mani or Carolyn, you should let me know about the time. uh, then I would like to say a few more points. Otherwise, we can close here and we can have an interaction.
Yes, ma'am, I think, do you need to cover, I'm Mani here, ma'am. Do you need to cover any more information, ma'am?
Maybe with the questions also we can take it up, or
Yes, ma'am.
else.
Yes, ma'am. That you can take it up. There is a moderator, Dr. Jnana Sundari is available, ma'am.
So let's then have questions, And,
Yes, ma'am.
and then maybe
Yes.
if time is there, I'll try and address.
Actually, your session is up to 10:30 now. Anyhow,
Okay.
I think the organizing committee will help you to have some more minutes also. Okay, ma'am.
Oh,
Yeah,
great, great.
ma'am.
I
Please.
have few things to say, but maybe we'll have this interaction in between also, so that people, if they want to, and then come back again.
Okay, Caroline ma'am, are you there? Gitanjali ma'am? Are you there?
Actually, the speaker of the next session has come, sir.
Okay.
He's waiting.
Okay,
We
you
are
request
about
madam
to
to.
start the next session by 10:30.
Okay, you
So
request
if
madam
ma'am
to.
could kindly wind up, it would be fine.
Yeah, I have. No, I am. We've opened. We can begin with question answers if there are any. What I wanted to say is perhaps.
Yeah, Dr. Jnanasundari, one or two,
Yes, sir.
if there
Yes,
is
sir.
anything, you can just clarify with them.
Ma'am, thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful and smiling face with a good presentation, ma'am. But the thing is, there is only two questions from the chat box. Both the questions are from Revati, I think. One question is, ma'am, highly inspiring session, ma'am. How can we motivate children and even teachers at times to come out of their comfort zone, ma'am? This is the question.
In fact, Revati, there are. It's only the culture of the school that can promote people to really come out of the comfort zone. And how do you create that culture? It has to be a culture of collaboration, of inquiry. As I said, that it's not just for uh, any individual for that matter. It's a challenge to actually come out of your comfort zone. So I'm happy teaching because only I'm speaking. There's nobody who's questioning. But if this had I to do this in a workshop mode, perhaps I would have to engage you in different activities. So it would challenge me to think of a pedagogy which is different from a pedagogy in which a teacher is only talking. Now I'll have to change my entire set, my entire presentation. But since this is online and it makes me feel comfortable, I go ahead with this kind of arrangement. And therefore, unless we in our preparation, unless we encourage teachers in collaborative planning, unless there's a culture where teachers are free to, rather than free, are more feel more confident and feel secure that they'll not be judged. So I feel comfortable to move to a different position only if I know that being different doesn't mean that people will criticize me. So only then I'll come out of my comfort zone. Then I'll be there to be different, because I'm confident that if I'm doing something wrong, Professor Mani will take care of it. I'm confident if I'm doing something wrong, Caroline will handle it. So if we are working in a team and if we have that trust with each other or trust on each other, perhaps we'll do things differently. I'll come out of my comfort zone. We'll work together. We'll plan together. And that's about developing a culture of collaboration, a culture of trust where people are encouraged to do things different.
Thank you, ma'am. Shall we move to the next person, ma'am?
Yeah,
Jnanasundari ma'am, could you please propose the vote of thanks?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Of course, ma'am. Let me go to the vote of thanks, ma'am. Vote of thanks. I would like to express my gratitude to our distinguished resource person, Dr. Kashyapi Avasti, who shared her expertise in leadership for enhancing creativity in classroom. Madam, the creativity in both teaching, learning, and even in leadership is the need of our, because nowadays we are living the most competitive world. You shared how to think creativity to win and enhance the leadership and teaching and learning, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your smiling presentation, ma'am. And I also thank for the organizing team giving me the opportunity to propose the vote of thanks and moderate the whole session. Thank you so much. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Kashyap ma'am. Thank you very much. Sorry, we are unable to provide you enough time.
No, that's more than enough. In fact, thank you so very much.
Yeah,
And,
thank you, ma'am. Hope to see you in some other time. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, Caroline ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank you, ma'am.
HOD sir, thank you
Ma'am,
so
thank
much,
you,
sir.
the speaker.
Ma'am, you can move on to the next one.
Thank you, madam, for giving us insights about the importance of leadership qualities that every educator must possess in order to enhance the creative abilities of the students. Dear participants, feedback link is sent in Cisco WebEx chat box, YouTube chat box, and WhatsApp groups also. Kindly fill in the feedback and become eligible to get the e-certificates. Good classroom management is the art of dealing with problems positively and looking for solutions together so that everyone is involved and willing to find a remedy, by Kavita Ghosh. The sixth session will be headed by Professor D. Srinivas Kumar, Dean, School of Education and HRD, Dravidian University, Andhra Pradesh, India, on the topic Classroom Management to Enhance Creativity. I now request the moderator, Dr. Siti Maftuha Damio, Associate Professor, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, to take over.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Ms. Gayatri, for that short introduction to the sixth session. So if I may just share with just a few notes from what I've taken of the previous speaker. Okay, the previous speaker actually talked about creativity, and one of the most important element of creativity is actually collaboration, which is what we are doing at the moment. We are collaborating at the level of institution, and hopefully this is one part of creativity. Thank you very much for that. So what we are going to have for our sixth session is actually we are going to feature Professor Dr. Srinivas Kumar from the Dravidian University, Andhra Pradesh, India. And I would like just to introduce myself. I'm Associate Professor Dr. Siti Maftuha Damio from the Faculty of Education, and I will be the moderator for this particular session. Okay, before inviting Prof. Dr. Srinivas, let me just give a short introduction of him. Okay, Prof. Dr. Srinivas is academically accredited as follows. Okay, Doctor of Literature, I think, Education, awarded in 2021 from University of Madras, Chennai. Okay, MA Psychology, MAd, MPhil, and PhD Education, awarded in 1994 from Osmania University, Hyderabad. Professor Dr. Srinivas is currently the Dean, School of Education, Dravidian University, and he is actually currently teaching the B.Ed as well as the M.Ed program and supervising PhD students. 8 PhD students has been awarded under his guidance. Okay, Professor Dr. Srinivas is someone who has vast experiences in teaching, supervising, publishing, researching, and managing various entities that span over 26 years. So a lot of experience there. And those who are interested to get to know Prof. Further could get his CV from the committee of this international webinar. Okay, with that introduction, I would like to welcome Prof. Dr. Srinivas to share his thought on classroom management to enhance creativity. Prof, just a note of reminder before you start, I will raise my hand once you reach your 35 minutes because overall you are given only 40 minutes to share your thought. With that, over to you, Prof. Thank you very much. Okay. While waiting for Prof, I think to get his slide, to share his slide, I think one of the most interesting thing that was shared from the previous speaker was actually this particular concept of keeping our needs and bringing changes to our context. Actually, I think that is one of the most important point, because as much as we wanted to become very creative in our teaching and in also among our students in their learning, we have to always keep in mind what is our current context. Okay, so we are still waiting for Prof. I think you're still muted, Prof.
I did not notice that. Now, once again, now good morning, everyone. And I really thank the organizers for having given me the opportunity to speak about my views and experience, share my experience about enhancing creativity with reference to the classroom management. And also, I'm glad to be introduced by Dr. Siti Damio from University Technology Mara from Malaysia, from Faculty of Education. It's really wonderful, and yeah, is it visible, madam? Is it visible to all?
Yes,
The
Prof.
PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, Prof.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see
Thank
the
you.
PowerPoint now. Thank you,
Yeah.
Prof.
Yeah, thank you so much. And now let us start like this. Now we could see the creativity in the nature. Now when we look at the very nature, now let us start from the universe. Now we could see a lady with 5 faces, now whom we have a lot of reverence. Now it's the picture is of goddess Sri Gayatri Devi, now who is revered as Vedamata. Now the Vedas in Bharatavarsha, that is Bharatiya continent. Now she is known as the embodiment of Vedas. In other words, now when we think of the meaning of Veda, now it is a fountain of knowledge, a fountain of education. Now here we can see 5 faces of her: Mukta, the pearl, and Vidruma, coral. Now it will be in the red color. Then Hema, which is in gold color. Now you can see from left to right, and Neela, which is in blue, and Dhavala, which is pure white. Okay, now we can see such a wonderful lady now who is manifested with 5 faces. And for that matter, from here, we need to understand the very nature. Now we have so many colors of people on this planet Earth. Now it's really wonderful. And we can see white people, we can see people who have black skin, we have brown skin people, and so on and so forth. Now, this is the embodiment, and we pray in India with reverence about the entire, not only the color system. Now she is the embodiment of the wisdom also. Now we pray to her to give us the wisdom for our life and throughout. So that is the first point which I want to mention. Now, this is how the creativity has to be understood from the very nature. And when we move further, now we could see a couple of pictures here. One is the picture of a lotus, now which is again a wonderful thing. And you could see a forest, a wood, now where you can see so many trees, yellow and which are in different shades. Okay, this is again the nature's creativity. Then from there, we move to the people, okay, straight away. Now, our entire discourse is around the new normal classroom. Now, why this new normal classroom has come into existence? Now, we all of us know that till recently, and in some pockets of the globe, now COVID-19 is affecting the people in one form or the other. Now, because of several mutations which have happened. Okay. Now, that is the reason now this new has come into practice. Okay. We are calling it as a new normal classroom. Now, as we could see from now, this is a clip from UNESCO's brochure. Now, where we can see the students are maintaining some physical distance, wearing masks and all that. Now, the standard operating procedure. Now, this is how the students are attending the classes, and we could see the teacher also behind them. Now, who is supervising the work of the students. Now, this is the system now. This is in the post-COVID situation. Okay. Now, we move further. Now, when we think of the very conceptual idea about the creativity, now we come to the classroom and we think of creativity from the science of psychology. Now, where we can understand that creativity involves observation, seeing possibilities of solutions for the problems, that too in new fashion, and it doesn't come up very easily, which involve taking risks, making mistakes, failures, again now reformulating the problems, rethinking, trying new things, solving the problems, and finally giving a new solution or a set of new solutions. Now, this is the entire crux of the creativity which we have been trying to promote in the students. Now, in that context, now let us try to connect now the previous aspects. Now, what we learn from the nature and how we bring it to the classroom situation. Now, this is very, very important. Now, that's where we think of the famous paradigm of think globally and act locally. Now, this is how the things happen. Now, this is much beyond thinking globally. Now, it is thinking universally. Now, we need to change our paradigm into thinking universally and acting locally in our classroom ambience and also around our classroom or the schools or colleges where we are working. So this is one important thing. Now here it's very crucial to remember the creativity from the annals of the Greek history. Now all of us know the episode. No, I am just putting it in a very small form. The episode is from the life of a famous scientist, Archimedes. Now, while he was alive, now he was the scientist in the Greece kingdom. Now, he has been entrusted with the job of finding out the purity of the crown that has been newly prepared for the king. That too, a condition was put that now it shouldn't be spoiled or mutilated in any way during the course of finding out its purity in terms of the gold that it possesses. Now, this is the condition which has been put. Now, it was a puzzle for Archimedes, and he started thinking. Now, how to go about? Now, it was something like now, while waking up, he was thinking about that, while taking food and while sleeping also, it happened continuously in him. Now, suddenly it so happened, he found the solution in the bathtub, now where he was lying in the bathtub while taking a bath, and he could give the solution. Now, while in the bathtub, now he found that his body was light. Actually, that has given rise to the idea of finding out the purity of the crown. So that's how he could give the purity of the crown that has been prepared for the king, and ultimately which has led to the proposition of the laws of rotation, as we are aware. Now it's a famous set of laws. Now by means of which now we are able to build the ships. Now that is the very basis of it. Now let us move from there. Now thinking and acting creatively. Now we have seen the episode of Archimedes from science. Now how he has applied it very wisely, and it is a creative mind now which has given the solution. Now that's very important. And similarly, now we could see its application in music, literature. Now, when we think of Shakespeare from the West, or now from the East, now we can think of now from Tamil Nadu, we have our own Thiruvalluvar, and we have so many persons from literature now who have given lots of treatises to the world, which added to the wisdom of the people by way of their experience. Similarly, politics and religion, now they are viewed sometimes separately and sometimes differently, but yet there is a lot of influence. Now, when we think right from the Greek days, now think of Aristotle, think of Plato, like that, think of several others. And when we think of Indian continent, we have great Chanakya and several such luminaries now who have written treatises about the politics and surrounding religious practices that are there. But when it is disconnected from the politics and viewed, now again, now it's in the form of a faith, and again it's a different entity. So they have influenced the world a lot. Now this is another thing. Now when we come to the children, now naturally they are creative. Now when you see a small child, a neonate, after 14 days, now starts observing the world. Now, what are the new things around? Now, because he or she is a newcomer into the world, they observe, and then assimilate the things, and slowly they understand now whatever that gets registered by way of language. Now, communication in different ways, by way of bodily movement, by way of touch, by way of kinesthetics, by way of using different senses, that too in a major way the five senses. Now they develop, and then finally that will happen during the process of their development, and then ultimately when they become adults, they exhibit their creativity. Now this is another thing now which we need to understand, and it is an apt place to remember the Government of India's New Education Policy 2020, NEP 2020, which envisages inculcation of creativity and critical thinking to encourage logical decision making and innovation. Now, this is another important thing, which is very, very important. That is the reason the schooling structure has been changed now, which is going to be implemented very shortly. Yeah. Now, when we think from the world literature, now two psychologists, Bagetto and Kaufman, in 2007 proposed 4C model of creativity. Now, this is another important thing now, which is latest in the assortment of creativity, where they have proposed big C creativity, now which we find in extraordinarily gifted people who impact in their own field of expertise, now which they choose to do. Then pro C creativity. This is another kind of thing now where it is observed in a particular profession. Now, for example, it could be in the industry of food or hospitality, or it could be in education, or it could be in IT, information technology, so on and so forth. Then little c. Now, it's a small thing now which happens in small children, especially we have seen a bit earlier. Now we think of Yoon Piaget. Now he has spoken about the cognitive development, and when we observe the theory that he has given, now here we can find out how they move from one place to the other. now by using their motor activity and how they grow the knowledge and all that, and simultaneously how creative they are. Now please try to observe once. Now when toys are given to them or when certain material are put in front of them, they arrange it in a particular typical form, which adults may find it as nonsensical, but yet it gives some kind of creative sense for them. That's how we find infants, children as creative. And likewise, now when they are put to school and other formal situations or informal situations, they are put to some kind of projects where they try to give solutions in their own way under the guidance of teachers. Then mini C creativity. This is another important thing now, where in small discussions. Now, for example, the action research, which is conducted by teachers to solve their own problems. There you can see the mini C creativity while solving the problems by teachers in a local situation in their own classroom. Yeah. Now, this is one important thing. That apart, we have another interface. Now, classroom management. Our main theme is classroom management vis-a-vis enhancement of creativity. Now, how this classroom management happens? Now, it refers to a wide variety of issues now, which teachers use to keep the students organized, orderly, and to put them in an academically productive manner. That's another important thing. And we need to understand the important factors that influence the classroom management. Now, one is group dynamics, another one is leadership. Already, I think the previous speaker spoke on that aspect, but yet now we'll move further: motivational devices and learning styles. Now, these are four key factors which influence the classroom management. And that too, now when you think of the new normal classroom situation, where still some of the continents and countries are affected by COVID-19, where there is blended approach of learning, some online and some physical classes are being conducted. Now, what are these four important things? Let us see now in the classroom management. Now, what is this group dynamics? Now, it refers to the study of group behavior of the occupants there. Now, here it is students, about their goals, aspirations, attitudes, interests, so on and so forth. I'm sorry. And it indicates the movement of the group. Now, this is very important, in which direction it is moving, especially the students, towards specified aims and objectives under the particular leadership of, now, who is none other than the teacher. Now, this is very important. Teacher is the leader and students are the followers. Now, why you may be surprised to when I put it like that. Now, because teacher is the first learner, he or she would be the leader of that particular group. So, under the lead of an efficient teacher, a skilled teacher, the students move towards achieving the specified set of aims and objectives. Now, it could be in a classroom and it could be totally under the group of teachers and the group of students in a school setup. And now, when you think of a very big setup, now at the district level, at the national level, and at the international level. Now, that's how the leaders influence the followers always. Now, in this context, now we must note that leadership plays a key role in the group dynamics and subsequent results. Now, this is very, very important. Now, usually we know pretty well there are four types of leaderships: authoritarian, autocratic, laissez-faire, and situational. These are four important types of leadership which the teacher exhibits in the classroom. Now, authoritarian, one may feel that now sometimes it's a misnotion. a misconception that both are one and the same. But an authoritarian leader is one who works as per the stipulated rules and regulations. That is to be noted. Now, whether it could be delivery of the lesson, whether it could be the evaluation, or whether it could be reformulating the curriculum or anything, which impacts the education system and also the students' future. They're autocratic. Now this is again now a kind of situation where sometimes the teacher acts without any proper reasoning, without any scientificity in that. Now that's where we consider it as autocratic. Now they are not wise, and such kind of situations lead to a disaster. Now this is another thing. Then laissez-faire. Now here it's as if teacher's presence is not there. Teacher is a friend to the students. Teacher is a participant in that particular group of class. He or she will be quite friendly in that particular classroom and facilitates the learning process. Then we have the fourth one, situational. Now the situational leadership is one which is a mix of all the above three. Now sometimes firmness is also required. Some amount of autocracy is also required when you stipulate the guidelines. Now, for example, you need to complete the semester end examinations by so and so date, means now it must happen. Otherwise, in normal situations, now things get postponed and procrastinated. Now, again, it may lead to some kind of disaster. Now let us see how these things work together. Then we have another important thing, motivational devices. We have reward and punishment, we have praise and blame, we have competition, we have cooperation, and we have another important newly introduced one, self-pacing. Now the students must be allowed to learn at their own pace. Now this is not from a distance, but in the same classroom, which happens. I hope now it doesn't require much explanation on that. Yeah. Then again, now what is learning style? Now it's a preferred way of learning by a learner is known as learning style. Now here we consider two important learning styles now which has a bearing on the creativity, which has a bearing on the classroom management. Now first one is Fleming's WARC model. Now this WARC, WARC stands for acronym, V stands for visual, then A stands for auditory, R stands for reading and writing, reading R sometimes, and it could be end. Then K, kinesthetic or tactile or touch. Now learners have their own preferences. Now some see or observe and then learn. Now that's very important. And while demonstrating, or while the teacher conducts an experiment, or while teacher exhibits a realia in the classroom, then they observe the teacher and then learn. That is their preference. And auditory. Now, especially now it could happen in a class of language. Now where the pronunciation, the reading, speaking, communication forms part of the language. LSRW are the important skills where listening is one important side, where auditory sense. Some students have preference to listen to their students and then they learn. And at that point of time, they take you and then learn. Then reading or writing. Now this is another important thing where the students learn for themselves. Even after completion of the class, they go home or hostel and they learn on their own by writing or reading on their own and then try to understand. And some students, they prefer to have a hands-on experience and then they does it and they learn it accordingly. Now, all these are helpful in classroom management. Now, how these are connected to classroom management, you may ask me. Now, when the teacher considers this model, work model, planning is made accordingly to cater to the needs of all such kinds of learners in the classroom. So that's very important. Where the senses of creativity is also invoked. Now, this is the crux of the issue. When all the students are addressed, visual, auditory, all such, and suitable problems are given to them, automatically their sense of creativity is developed. Then next important model is Sudbury's model of democratic education. It has been conducted in Sudbury Valley, where there are two important beautiful things which have been observed. Now, the basic premise is that the learners have to learn. That is one important thing. And teachers have nothing to do with the learning of the learners. And it is a process which is undertaken by the learners. Now, these are the two important premises of the Sudbury's model. In the sense, teachers have a very minimal or marginal role to play. And you may ask now how it has happened, then how the learning happened. Now, they watch the nature, they observe different tools that have been kept there, they observe different teaching learning material, including the cover papers of the toffees and cookies and biscuit packets and all that. Now they learn the nutritional information about the ingredients. Now all such things happen about science, language, and everything. And here the students are not forced. But there are two important steps which are followed here. One is homogenization and lockstep standardization. In the sense, homogenization. Now, when one student has to move from class 8 to class 9 or standard 8 to standard 9, if the student is not performing properly, unless and until he or she gets mastery on that particular subject matter, and till that point of time, they are put to that particular subject and group of subjects, and then only they are allowed to move to the next class. So this is one thing. Then lockstep standardization. Now that itself is seen here now in our explanation. Now till they attain the mastery, they are put in the same class, and until they attain the mastery in the subject matter, they are not allowed to move into the next class. So this is that. Now here, this is another important thing where the creativity, the scope of creativity could be seen, and ample scope for the classroom management. And here, the leadership of the teacher is seen in terms of laissez-faire. Yeah. Now we go to the straight points where we can see the fostering of creativity among the students. Now there are different ways. Now we'll see a few ways how the creativity is fostered among students in a classroom situation. Open-ended projects. By giving open-ended projects, now by giving some abstract level projects in a group, which again gives rise to enhancement of creativity. Then passion projects. Now this is slightly different from open-ended project. Open-ended project is from curricular framework, whereas passion projects are from outside the curriculum. Now it could be from nature. Again, now it depends on the interest. Now by finding out the interest of the students or group of students, they are put together and then they are assigned the projects, now which are known as passion. Like I told you, now these are passion projects. Now one is interested in music. They are allowed to learn music and further make innovations in music. Now that's one important thing which we can note here. Then classroom collaboration. This is another thing now which happens in group. Now one gifted student can be associated with other students where the gifted student can help the other students in the group in completion of a project or an assignment, like that. Then implementing creative arts. Now this is another model. Now it could be again now the music or sculpture or painting or any such thing. Now such kind of projects can be given to increase creativity. Then journaling. Now this it is nothing but writing a reflective diary. Now whatever ideas that they get, they maintain. Now whatever the task that they perform, they write it in the form of a diary, where again now when they relook at it, they can understand and they can take the help of the teachers to restructure their ideas, where they can find out some innovations in their own subject or some new ways. Then we have brainstorming sessions. Now this is another important place. Now especially this is conducted in advanced learning situations, but it can be conducted in schools or in classroom situations, where a problem is given and they are put to brainstorm, where the ideas are emanated in a bizarre form and solutions are found. Then unconventional learning materials. Now this could be anything. When Einstein has given rise to the proposal of fourth dimension, now what was it? Now people were wondering. Now it's already existing in the nature over the time. So here, such kind of situations can be provided to the students. Now, when Newton found out a falling apple, the reason for falling apple, now why it happens like that? Now, this is an interesting thing. It's an unconventional way of, oh, madam, I've seen, yeah, I think I can,
Prof,
like this,
Prof,
now we have,
you still have 5 minutes, Prof, before the end of
yeah.
those 40 minutes.
Thank you.
So you still can
Thank you. I
continue.
think now it's, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Then we have a few more like gamification, now which again, now which is the use of video games and such kind of things, where some abstract things and from where the students can learn. For example, now how the dynamics works in the universe, like force, inertia and all that science aspects can be taught. Similarly, the ethics can be taught by way of gamification. Then encourage writing assignments creatively. This is another thing. Now, especially in colleges of education, in departments of education and faculty of education, the students write in a very colorful form to get more marks. Encourage risk taking, use more colors, hands and field work. Now, these are some of the things. Then involve students in teaching. Now, this is another important thing where they can emulate the teachers. Here, we have an occasion where the students have a mock role of the teachers. So that way, the students can be provided an opportunity to speak for a few seconds or for a couple of minutes in the classroom every day. Then it will increase their creativity. Utilize visualizations, play music, virtual reality, assign different creative tasks, situations to think globally and act locally, allow freedom of movement. Now, even previous speaker, now she was speaking about the freedom. Now, freedom in the sense now it is not unrestricted, but always now it happens as a matter of guided practice. It happens as a matter of guided practice. Then create a flexible classroom. This is very important. now create a flexible classroom in terms of either post-COVID situation, where the leadership, as I told you, as a situational leader, now teacher needs to govern the classroom situation. So in conclusion, in a nutshell, it would be logical to understand that it is essential to utilize various aspects of classroom management for enhancement of creativity among students, such as group dynamics, leadership, learning styles, and motivation devices. Yeah, I think the time is over. I could present it in the given time.
Yeah, Pras, time is almost up. So if you are okay, we are going to take one or two questions from the audience.
Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that presentation. So I think I'm going to take, there's one question from Dr. Arul Lawrence, and Dr. Arul said, okay, you are showing the goddess Gayatri while talking about creativity of nature. My question is how the five-headed goddess related to creativity of nature. Is the goddess Gayatri created by nature? Okay, kindly clarify my doubt. So that is a question in the chat box, Prof.
Yeah, good. It's a wonderful question which has been raised by Dr. Lawrence. Yeah. Now it's a symbolic form where we see, now already I explained that aspect. Now, if you confine it to one religion, and that too from Indian continent, now it appears like a narrow kind of thought process. But here, it is a symbolic form where all colors are found in human beings. Now, that is the message which is to be understood from the representation of goddess Gayatri. Now, we could see 5 different colors. Now, when you see the color combinations that are available in the computer, we have 3 basic colors, RGB. When we mix them in different proportions, the basic colors, we get rise to a variety, limitless number of colors. So that's how we need to understand. It's a symbolic representation to understand unity in diversity. It doesn't mean that a goddess or a person with 5 heads. It means the symbolic representation of unity in diversity. Hope the honorable member is satisfied. Is it clear?
Thank you very much, Prof. I hope that answers the question, and it's actually a symbolic creativity. I think there's one more, just a quick one question from Rajamani. Okay. And the question is, classroom size and syllabus is a big challenge to promote creativity. So I think, is there any suggestion to actually address that in our classroom, Prof?
Yeah. Now, this is an important thing. Always, all the teachers, especially in the country like India, where or even when you think of Malaysia, or you think of Pakistan or Bangladesh or other developing countries, where though theoretically it is said that the TPR should be maintained theoretically as per the policy recommendations, but it's not being rather now it seems to be impossible because of large classroom strength. Here, the teacher has to make an arrangement. Now, in order to enhance creativity, the teacher can spend maybe 5 minutes time for each student in his or her staff room, out of class hours, need not be out of school hours, but out of class hours, and then try to find out exactly the situation of the student, if there is any possibility of enhancement of creativity, apart from giving the problems of creativity in the classroom, one side, and giving some personal time, quality time to every student, one student per day. That can be addressed. Now it's a kind of personal attention given to the students and for inculcation of creativity. And another question, another part in this question is that the heaviness of syllabus. Now that is one important thing. Syllabus completion and meeting timelines. That is another important thing. Now the teacher has to spend some quality time while preparing the lesson plans or teaching plans, then find some space for where the creativity issues can be addressed, the problems or issues where the things can be put in so that the creativity can be sprouted in the students. Now, for example, I given a couple of instances. Think of Archimedes. Now, there the teacher is teaching science, laws of flotation, but when teacher takes time to explain that episode, automatically it gives rise to the curiosity of the students and an inclination towards the way in which Archimedes worked on that particular problem. Similarly, Newton's. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for that answer. And I'm going to take just one last question, and this one is actually from Revati.
Certainly.
Okay, from
Certainly.
Revati, and Revati asks, what are the potential blockages for an individual in developing one's creativity? Is it due to lack of awareness of one's own potential or lack of support system? I think you have about roughly 1 minute, Prof, to answer that. Thank you.
And the two are appropriate. That's all the two conditions. One is lack of support system. Support system is essential from the teachers, parents, and everyone concerned. And motivation. The invocation of one's wisdom is also important.
Okay, thank you very much. If I just allow me maybe 1 minute or so, just to give a very a summary of what Professor Dr. Srinivas has shared with us. If the thing that I've made a note of over here is that there are actually various aspects that as a teacher we need to consider when we are talking about creativity in the classroom. And one of the important things that we need to do as a teacher is actually in making decision, we need to have to think about what are the things that is important for us in promoting or developing creativity in the classroom. And Prof. Dr. Srinivas also have shared with us the many different strategies. I think there are about 20 strategies that we can actually use in promoting creativity in the classroom. I think just to end the session, okay, I would just like to pose this particular question is that how creativity is embedded in our classroom is actually very much so of related to the issue of culture. Because for many of the models or many of the theory that has been proposed to a certain extent geared towards the Western culture. So how are these appropriate in our context? For example, in the context of India, in the context of Malaysia? I think that is one question that we need to answer and we need to address in our context. Just as a quick reminder before we end, is it possible, Prof, for you to stop your sharing and also for everyone to put on your video so that we can take a picture before we end our session and go for our break. I think it's lunch break for you guys. Okay, so if you can just stop your sharing, Prof.
We do have one more session, ma'am.
Sorry?
We do have one more session.
Oh, you have one more session. Sorry. Okay, so I think we'll just have pictures. I'm sorry for that mistake that I made for announcing a lunch break. Okay, it's not lunch break yet. There's another session. I think okay, we'll just wait for us to take a picture. I think there'll be someone who is going to help us with the picture, the taking of the picture. Okay. Okay, we'll just wait for Prof to stop sharing. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, let's have a look at grid. Okay. Who is anyone taking the picture? Can someone help to take the picture? Committee members? Atika is taking the picture. Okay, Atika, you are taking the picture. Okay, thank you. So 1, 2, and 3.
One.
Okay.
Only one. Once again, let me thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity in this international webinar on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects, and especially the managements of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, Loyola College of Education, Chennai, and the University Technology Mara, Malaysia. All the honorable vice chancellors, the principals, and the core organizing team, Professor S. Mani and Madam Caroline Maria and other members, and especially let me thank the moderator of this session, Madam Dr. C.T. Mahuha Damio.
Okay, just thank you.
Thank you so much. It's quite a pleasant time. And let me ask, it is my usual habit to ask, because I think around 150 members are present here. How was the presentation now? Was this talk useful?
I
Straight
think,
away.
Prof, I think that one you will get it from the feedback form. Okay,
Yeah.
because there has been a feedback form. So just to end the 6th session of our international webinar, I would like to again thank Prof. Dr. Srinivas Kumar for his thought on creativity in the classroom, and I would also like to thank all the participants as well as the committee. And with that, thank you everyone, and please do continue to be here for the sessions afterward. Thank you everyone, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for sharing your insights and your knowledge on how a well-managed classroom actually leads to better creativity and hence productivity. Dear participants, the feedback link is sent in Cisco WebEx chat box, YouTube chat box, and also in your WhatsApp groups. Kindly fill them. The principal goal of education in the schools should be creating men and women who are capable of doing new things, not simply repeating what the other generations have done. By Gian Piaget. The next session will be on the topic Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education by the resource person, Dr. Vijay Kumar, former Regional Director, NRC, NCTE, School of Education, Pondicherry University. I now call Dr. E. Karthikeyan, Assistant Professor, Loyola College of Education, to moderate this session. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mananda. Morning.
Good morning.
Karthikeyan, you are audible. You can go ahead.
Morning and good afternoon, Mananda. I'm
Dr. E. Karthikeyan, Assistant Professor, Faculty of English from Loyola College of Education, is here to moderate the session. I feel proud and honored in introducing the resource person, Dr. Mr. Vijay Kumar R., former Regional Director, Northern and Eastern Regional Committee, NCTE, to present his views on curriculum framework for teacher education. In the seventh session of this two-day international webinar on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects. He is a man of excellence in all his questions of his professional career. Currently, he holds the position of Associate Professor, School of Education, Pondicherry University. His areas of specialization are environmental education, guidance and counseling, science education, and multimedia technology of education. He has presented 65 papers in national and international seminars and conferences. He also published 7 research articles in national and international journals and 14 chapters in edited books and conference proceedings. He received the Best Teacher Award twice from the Pondicherry University for his excellence in teaching during the academic year 14-15 and 15-16 consecutively. Professor involved himself in projects like the project on content language integrated learning with a scalable methodology funded by the European Union, the research project on environmental ethics among college students sponsored by UGC, etc. Professor has been given with various questions at NCTE. To mention few, the Deputy Secretary, Academic, Inspection and Regulation sections of NCTE New Delhi, served as Deputy Coordinator of the Lighthouse Project, which aims at the establishment of model teacher education institutions, one in each district of our country. Convener of designing and development of open education resources, which were successfully uploaded in NCTE portal, and the member of the project approval board in MHRD, Government of India. And he is one of the members of boards of studies in education and members of research forum of Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, Chennai, since October 2021. We have such a great creator, controller, and an educational expert with us today. With thanks and respect, I hand over the session to you, sir. Thank you. Sir, please.
So good morning to one and all present here. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Yes, at the outset, I congratulate and compliment the entire team of Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, Chennai, Loyola College of Education, Chennai, and in collaboration with University of Technology, Mara, Malaysia. My turn is to speak on the curriculum framework for teacher education. And before moving to the session of curriculum, I'm sure many of you are tired since 9:30 on various dimensions and domains on creativity. And before starting my session, and I would like to have 6 minutes of narration, a story between a student and a teacher that really motivates, inspires how a teacher is beyond a classroom instruction. It's a oral presentation and it's an audio that you need to listen and given by Martria. I'm sure that will definitely relax, and then we proceed towards what exactly the different dimension that I'm going to discuss with you all on a curriculum framework for teacher education. But just give me a minute, I'll be able to take you to that audio.
And like this teacher by name Mrs. Thompson entered the class for the first time. And she had this habit of starting a class by saying, "Love you all." But she knew she was lying because she could not feel that love for one of the students in the class who was very unkept, untidy. There was nothing in the child that drew attention from Mrs. Thompson. She was a little indifferent to the child. She picked him for every negative example and ignored him for all the positive reasons. That year, she had written the progress report for the first quarter, and it was a system in the school that the headmasters have to countersign every progress report. The headmasters called for Mrs. Thompson and told Mrs. Thompson, a progress report should report some progress. It should make a parent feel my child has a future. The way you've written the progress report for Teddy, that is how he was called. The way you've written the progress report for Teddy, parents would give up on Teddy. Mrs. Thompson immediately said, there's nothing I can do. I have nothing positive to write about the child. Immediately, the headmasters asked the administrative staff of the school to trace the old year progress reports of Teddy and sent it across to Mrs. Thompson's class. Mrs. Thompson saw the third standard progress report, and it was written, the final remarks, Teddy is the brightest child in the class. She was stunned by what she read. She saw the fourth standard progress report, and progressively all the remarks suggested that Teddy's mother was suffering from terminal cancer. She is not able to give the attention she used to give to Teddy, and it's just beginning to show on the performance of Teddy. The fifth standard progress report read, Teddy had lost his mother, and along with that himself. He desperately needs help, otherwise we will lose this child. By then there were tears in the eyes of Mrs. Thompson. She looked at the principal and said, I know what to do. And she went back to the class. Probably it was a Monday morning. She walked into the class and again from the dais of the class, looked at the class and said, love you all. But she knew she was lying. The love she was feeling for Teddy right now was far, far greater than the rest of the class. She decided that she is going to change her approach. For every positive reason, Teddy's name was called. There was no more a negative reference to the whole thing. The last day of the school came. All the children had brought some gifts for the teacher. There was only one gift which was wrapped up in an old newspaper. Somehow, the sense of a teacher, she could knew that it must be from Teddy. She opened that first. A half-used perfume bottle and a bracelet from which a few stones had already fallen was there. Whole class laughed, knowing it was from Teddy. But without saying anything, Mrs. Thompson just took that half-used perfume bottle, sprayed it on her, wore that bracelet. With a quarter smile, it seems Teddy told, now you're smelling like my mother. This is the last perfume that she used before she left me. And this is what was removed from her body before she was taken into the coffin. 1 year later, end of the school, end of the year, there was a letter on Mrs. Thompson's table. I've seen few more teachers, but you're still the best teacher I've ever seen. With love, Teddy. Every year till the end of the year, Mrs. Thompson used to get this letter from Teddy. I've seen few more teachers, but you're the best teacher I've ever seen. Teddy. Years rolled by, they lost contact. Somewhere an agent traced Mrs. Thompson, who had retired by now, and handed over a letter. And the letter was signed Dr. Theodore, PhD. Teddy had gone on to become a PhD. And the letter read, I've seen many more people in life. Mrs. Thompson, this is your Teddy. You're still the best teacher I've ever seen. I'm getting married. And I cannot dream of getting married without your presence. Along with that enclosed were to and fro flight tickets. Mrs. Thompson couldn't resist. She no more had the perfume bottle, but she still preserved the bracelet. She wore that and went to the church. She was trying to sit in the last row, but volunteers identified and ushered her right to the front row. And right in the front row, there was a seat with a placard written, Mother. Theodore personally asked Mrs. Thompson, sit in the chair, and whispered, you're the closest to my mother that I've ever experienced. And whatever I am today, it's because of you, ma'am. The wedding happened, and after the wedding, Theodore introduced Mrs. Thompson to his newly wedded wife. Without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. There were tears in Theodore's eyes. He sees Mrs. Thompson told the newly wedded woman, without Teddy, I would have never realized a teacher must first be a mother to every student of hers and only then a teacher. This is just my request to all of you. There is a Teddy sitting in your class. When you go back to your classroom on Monday morning, there is a Teddy in the class, and you can be that Mrs. Thompson. Please, on Monday, don't go back to the institutes as a teacher. Go back as a parent who can also be a teacher, be a turning point in the life of those children. You plus me. I believe we can build a new world.
I hope this audio was clear. All of you are able to get the crux of the morale of the story between a teacher, Mrs. Thompson, and the Teddy, who was a slow learner, but still there was a kind of a bondage that made him to realize who is the best teacher. Friends, believe that the kind of a curriculum that we transact, that we instruct, may give or may transfer the knowledge between the teacher and the taught. But the kind of a value that a child carries definitely makes the difference. That was a note with which I would like to start with the session. The narration given by Mahatria about the Mrs. Thompson and Teddy was really fantastic. It was not simply a curriculum that made the difference. It is the human touch. It is the morality, or it is the professional ethics that made the bondage more stronger and stronger. Coming back to our own curriculum framework for teacher education, hope all of you know that school education and teacher education as a symbiotic relationship. A school cannot function without the teacher, and teacher cannot be a simple tool that he passes the simple knowledge, that a simple computer can do that. Technically, we say that curriculum is a totality of experiences that a child gets. Whatsoever may be the activities, instruction, direction, command, and the kind of a teaching learning process that takes place will have to be more joyful, will have to be more practical, will have to be more applicable. That was a crux or the totality of experience that a teacher needs to plan and execute. Our preamble of National Education Policy 2020 clearly says that education is a means by which national development can be expected. I'll just come to the slides and you will understand what is the preamble that focuses how education is an agency to transform one to another. another to a nation. So there is a very big responsibility that education is going to shoulder. I'm sure all of us are holding a position of teacher or teacher educators or a stakeholder. And what kind of a responsibility that you are going to shoulder will have to be understood in letter and spirit. I hope I can share this slide so that it is easy for you to understand in a better manner. I've devised my presentation in 3 forms. One is touching upon a few slides of national education policy, including preamble. And the second slide, second domain will be salient features of a national curriculum framework for teacher education. And what is the best practices that have been built from various parts of the world, especially on the Integrated Teacher Education Program 2020. And if you allow the organizers to share, yes, it's ready. Now, is it visible? Screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So my responsibility is to share a few reflection on what is a curriculum framework for teacher education. And as I mentioned, the preamble of national education policy, where the responsibility has been fixed on education, maybe in general and teacher education in particular. And it categorically says that education is a fundamental. Fundamental refers, it is a foundation for what? Achieving full human potential. Since from the civilization, man has been always identified as the most brainy creature on the earth. If education is serving as a foundation in order to achieve the full human potential, whatever the best that he gets, whatever the exposure, expertise that he gets, ultimately he is going to achieve and consider him as an individual or a creature with potentialities and uniqueness. And at the same time, it also reflects that education should also develop an equitable society. As you know that India being a diverse country with varied color, caste, creed, and many more, it's impossible to bring an equitable society. But the responsibility that has been fixed on education to ensure that it should also create and develop an equitable society with varied classes or the status that Indian society and diaspora has. Ultimately, if these two are achieved by means of an education, achieving human potentiality is the first, and second is creating or developing an equitable society, and that leads to a national development. Friends, nation cannot be built by the bricks and boulders. It is truly built by education alone. And if education is not going to shoulder the responsibility, you cannot expect the national development is going to taking place. And the second line of the preamble of education, national education policy says, providing universal access to quality education. Where is it, the universal access? India is struggling in the post-independent period. we were moving towards mass education. And now the time has come to think of quality education. And all of us are holding a responsibility to ensure every teacher trainee should get the quality education in terms of pedagogy and content. If a quality education is always in terms of economic growth, we are witnessing how India is progressing. Our country, now progressing country like India, is under tremendous pressure of moving from developing to developmental stage. And the economy is one of the weak. How it economy of a country improves? It is through quality education alone. And it also ensures, quality education should also equally ensure that it's social justice, creating a social justice or an order and an equality. So India is facing such kind of a social levels of different levels of ensuring the equality. Inequality exists everywhere, and it is the quality education will definitely bring a sea change in ensuring the equality in all the dimensions of the society. And it also ensures that scientific advancement should also be an important or integral part of our national development. No doubt, India is marching ahead in various scientific and technological dimensions. However, the scientific advancement in curriculum should also be reflected so that national development do expect. And the national integration. Many people believe that if you host a flag in the Red Fort, and that is a reflection, or that is a kind of a reflection to ensure that you are exhibiting your own national integrity. Do your work at your own, wherever you have been placed. Not necessary that you will be inculcating national integration through various activities at the national level. If you are wherever you have been placed, wherever you are working, you are able to instill some national values among your students. That itself is a spirit of ensuring national integration. And ultimately, cultural preservation. See, when a quality education is imparted by means of varied curriculum, looking at the contextual curriculum, that all takes care of it. That is what curriculum is considered as the totality of experience that a child gets. That through a quality education. So this is how the preamble of National Education Policy 2020 clearly says. In continuation of this, the National Knowledge Commission strongly opined that teachers are the single most important element of the school system. If a teacher is not motivated, if a teacher is mechanical, if a teacher is commercial, if a teacher goes to a school with a mechanical motivation, definitely it's not going to change the system, a school system. See, the kind of a vigor, the energy, the spirit that he gets in the institution will be the single most factor that he carries, apart from all the curricular activities or co-curricular activities that is experienced. That is how they were very clear. National Knowledge Commission is also fixing the responsibility on the teachers, and who is the single most element of the school system, and hence it is a country. They've also felt that school education is facing a severe shortage of qualified, and I'm sure this is a matter of 1.5 decade, a document, but still preamble of the National Knowledge Commission says that India is facing severe shortage of qualified. Okay, that has been fulfilled now. We have reached a saturation, and now the time has come to reflect upon motivated school teachers. What is this motivation? How capable of motivating our own student teachers, trainees? No doubt they come with two options. One is choice or maybe the chance. Choice is more or less internal drive to be a teacher. Chance is a one which was forced by parents or maybe their own any kind of a force. One who enters teaching profession expected to motivate himself, whatever the best that he gets in the teacher education institutions at different levels. If you go to the profession with that sense of motivation, inspiration, energy, spirit, definitely school system is going to change. At this point, I'll narrate a story of a bamboo which is reared in China. I don't remember the name of the bamboo, but it is one of the most nutritious bamboo that has been grown in China. A seed is of hardly a Bengal gram size. And the farmer who takes care or who just plant the seed in acres of land, and you need to wait for that bamboo tree to grow. For every year, it grows hardly 3 to 4 feet. For 4 years, roughly 10 to 12 feet, or maybe roughly 12 to 15 feet. And then after 4 years, for every week, you could witness that bamboo tree grows for 2 feet per week. And after a couple of weeks, it grows to the height of 30 to 35 feet. And the kind of a patience, perseverance that a farmer has at almost all the 4 years was a kind of a patience, was a kind of a perseverance that a farmer has. And the expectations and the fruit that he gets after 4 years was unimaginable. Means that seed has a capacity to grow slowly in the first phase of its growth, and it was rapid after 4 years. Within couple of weeks, you could see the equal to that of the 4 years. Even the activities, the total activities that you are going to design in the institution, taking up the curriculum, is more or less compared to that of the seed. Whatever inputs and insights that you are going to transact, that you are going to communicate to the student community, should always be like a Chinese bamboo. So the totality of activities that you are going to design should always be contextual, practical, or meaningful, logical, scientific, whatever child that is able to get it. Friends, that is the motivation that you carry to a school that National Knowledge Commission was opined. We lack motivated teachers. Until and unless you are the source of motivation, never ever expect that you are going to send a student to a teaching profession with a sense of motivation and responsibility. Everybody is accountable whomever enters the teaching profession. That ensure that he gets the best sense of motivation in the institution. Continue with that, and the status, the ethos of a teacher has to be restored. His dignity has to be restored, because that is one which makes the difference. In India, teaching is more or less the last option for varied reason. But the dignity of the teacher, whatever the document that you take across the discipline, teacher role is ensured, teacher responsibility is fixed, he is accountable on various dimensions of a personality of a teacher that you are going to produce. That is how they feel that there is an urgent need to restore the dignity of school teaching as a profession and to provide more incentives for qualified and committed teachers. I personally opine that teaching profession is in crossroads, which is at the stake of whether to take diversion, and the kind of a teacher training in the institution is more or less unprofessional, is more or less a distance kind of a teacher education is being imparted in the country. And that is how we say that until and unless the dignity of the teacher is restored, especially in the teaching profession, it's impossible to produce the motivated teachers. And how this happens? It happens through curriculum, it happens through beyond classroom activities, it happens through various personalities in the world, including our own local leaders as well. Coming to a national curriculum framework for teacher education, there are two curriculum framework that has been designed. One is for school education, that's called National Curriculum Framework, which was NCRT prepared in the year 2005. And NCT, being a regulatory body of teacher education, could not able to come up with that of the curriculum framework for teacher education. However, after 4 years of its national curriculum framework for school education, NCT was able to create a very good document on the teacher education. And it was brought in the year 2009 when Professor Siddiqui was a chairperson of the NCT. See, it also fixes the responsibility on the teachers. The total teacher who is able to understand, who is able to get the feel of how I can become a total teacher, having the content, having the pedagogical knowledge, and the repertoire of skills, that is teaching skills, or soft skills, a communication skills, leadership skills. Many a total teacher is not simply a good that he transact whatever written in the textbook. He is the one who is capable of understand the child, their own strengths, their own uniqueness, their own potentialities, and thereby he'll be in a position to understand their skills and competencies. If a teacher is capable of ensuring or passing a positive attitude, including the profession that is going to attach, that is going to select, and whatever the best habits that are required. In India, teacher is always focused or identified as a kind of an individual who is always a kind of an antisocial element. And the activities with which he enters the profession and he inducts or involves in various other unprofessional activities really matters. That is the habit. Professional habits. One, you should go with a sense of responsibility by whatever the values that he has. And he is in a position to reflect whatever the capability or capacity that he has. I personally believe that Google is always equated with the guru now. If Google can give anything, then what is it necessary that guru can also be equally responsible? Whether you believe it or not, in a couple of decades, robots are going to enter the classrooms because everything is being programmed. That is going to be definitely teacher is going to be replaced by the robots. If the same set of mindset, the attitude, and the lethargic mindset with which we enter the profession, definitely robots are going to be replaced the teachers soon. That total teacher is this. One is capable of understanding one another. That really matters, how teacher is holding a responsibility. And you should also understand the children. So that is the Mrs. Thompson and Teddy that I wanted to connect to you. Every classroom will have a child like Teddy. If a teacher is not capable of identifying those a child with this sort of a difficulties, you may be a teacher, but you are not a teacher with human touch, which is the important component that Indian schools are expecting. India is moving from one level to another. We are in the phase of the transition, and you do come across varied kinds of students. And addressing those students may be difficult, but still it is a mandatory. India is witnessing such kind of a strata wherein a child is from a different background, and it is your responsibility to ensure and to understand how a child is from a different social, cultural, and political context. And you need to develop a sensitivity to their own needs and their problems. And if you are not capable of treating every child, irrespective of their own intellectual abilities, their capacity, their powers and potentialities, if you are having a partial attitude, definitely they are going to carry that. That is what you need to build, that kind of a qualities when you are transacting the curriculum. Everything will be noticed by your own children. And if they are capable, whatever the best inputs that they have received by you, definitely they are going to become another Teddy. Means nobody should be discouraged. Nobody should be treated impartially. Nobody should be considered based on one's own socio-economic status. Everybody is equal. So that is the spirit, the National Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education is more or less emphasizing. Perceive children not as a passive listeners of knowledge. Many people opine, or many teachers do agree upon the statement that everybody comes with a blank slate. Blank slate is a different ideology altogether. Every child is potential. Every child is unique and special. And never ever think that they are empty boxes where you are going to fill the knowledge. You need to create a situation wherein augment their natural propensity to construct their own knowledge, whatever the best of the natural abilities that they are endowed. You need to monitor, you need to augment, you need to regulate. That's it. Otherwise, they are capable of developing their own understanding and knowledge, because everything is an information and communication now. So they are capable of understanding what it is. Is you need to augment their own natural abilities that they possess for constructing their own knowledge. And always your curriculum should discourage the rote learning. I could see that many of the schools are working like an industries. Institution is equal to an industries. They are producing children with rote memory. Very few options for them to apply in their day-to-day life. Your instruction, curriculum, activities, syllabi, other whatever the professional activities that you are inducting, if you are not discouraging a rote learning, memorization, your more or less curriculum considered as a kind of a foolish content and pedagogy that you are simply transforming, where Google can do that. Try to discourage the rote learning, which is definitely be a kind of a crime that you are going to make if you are encouraging rote learning in the minds of the students. And it's a very big responsibility that will be fixed, that learning should be joyful. How many of us are going to narrate good stories? Your content is always connected with some of the live examples, illustrations, or contextual stories. Yesterday we were just discussing the relevance of Ramanujam, how Ramanujam was a gifted student. In India, Ramanujam's story has not been brought out in the syllabus or a curriculum, but Americans do study. Americans text is studying the Ramanujam. How he was a gifted student during his childhood, and how he became so gifted later stages when he reached America for his own higher studies. Indians being a mathematicians, American texts are reflecting, not Indian textbooks. That is a difference that we being an Indians and what the other progressive country is looking at. So what I'm trying to tell you is, every learning should be a joyful event. You know why school children do scream once they come out of the classroom? Imagine when they come out of the classroom by 4:30, they scream like anything, which means we have been released more or less from the jail. What does it mean? See, they'll not be happy in the schools at all, because content is being simply transferred in the minds of the students, thinking that they are the simple passive listeners, empty boxes, empty brains, and our duty is fill the knowledge, fill the goods of information. No, world is changing. Children are smart. We need to ensure our capacity, improve our professional skills to give or to create a learning as a joyful one. And it should also be participatory. Imagine how many of us are capable of inviting a child near the board, ask them to write, ask them to draw, ask them to explain, demonstrate. Very few chances. We go with our own fixed formula and we ensure that give them whatever they are entitled. You never think of a participatory approach of a student who may be good at linguistic abilities, mathematical abilities, or he may be good at storytelling. He may be good at explanation or demonstrating or conducting an experiments. You need to give them that kind of an opportunity. If not, it is you are only focused for completion of your syllabus and giving nothing as per whatever is the time. And you need to ensure your curriculum should ensure that meaningful activities to be arranged, to be envisaged, or to be planned or executed. Activities are always, concepts can be better understood by means of an activities. It can be a practical activities, it can be a demonstration, or it can be an explanation, description, narration. Many things are there. Not necessary that only language can only be dealt in this way. There are different new approaches and new ideas have come in explaining a kind of a language itself. Many people do believe that mathematics and science has a lot of activities that can be designed. Even languages can also be equally made an activity oriented subject. So that is the crux of what National Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education was reflecting upon. Now, if you just understand the extension of this, do not treat knowledge as a given. We have that sense of understanding that we were all educated, we were all competent, skillful, and our duty is only to give, only to transfer, only to share, only to exchange. That's it. Beyond, there is teacher responsibility is fixed beyond a process of giving. So do not treat knowledge as that you are going to give. It is embedded already in the curriculum and accepted without any kind of a question. You need to organize learner-centered activities, learner-centric approach. See, gradually there is a paradigm shift in teaching and learning process. Earlier, it was only teacher-centric, where students are the passive listeners to receive or to collect some information and vomit within the 3 hours of our examination. Now, the idea of teaching has been changed, where learner is a focus. Entire activity should be satisfied by the learner. If you are not satisfied by learner or whomsoever you call him as a customer, and you will not be given or considered as a good teacher. Yesterday we were just discussing on this one. In Germany, getting a professorship is a very difficult task, because the screening itself, the benchmark itself has a high standards. One need to cross those standards at the benchmark to become a professor. Let's start with in the lecture. Lecturer has to has to go in a stage by stage, and his accountability has to be evaluated annually, including his own publication, presentations, and other professional activities that he is engaged in. So, what is the meaning of it? When a person goes to other countries, that means he is going to learn something and that is going to implement wherever he's working. If you visit any kind of a country, I can share one of the experiences in Spain. We had been to Spain for a school visit. You'll be surprised, for after every 40 minutes, child has a 20 minutes to enjoy. They can go wherever they want within the premises. 40 minutes of class hour and 20 minutes of their own leisure hour. We could see that whomsoever is interested, there are wonderful atmosphere or ecosystem that has been created. Whomsoever is interested, he can go to a playground, volleyball, or anyone, shuttle, or even other games. Somebody who is interested in indoor games, he can also go. Somebody is interested to go to library, can go. See, such kind of an ecosystem that has been created, where child is not forced to do anything. It is more or less volunteer. Child has been given more freedom, more expressive. He is enjoying that. He gets the 40 minutes of teaching and 20 minutes of his own leisure time. It is not that a brain is simply a kind of a computer that's simply feeding the information. A child is an individual, and he need to be given whatever the best that he is entitled. So that is a kind of a curriculum that India is expecting. So it's your duty that how well you are going to organize various kinds of an activities. The totality of experiences that a child gets, it should be more or less focused on the learner, the customer. If he is satisfied, which means all your efforts are acceptable. Activity-based approach should be the source, or should be the entire framework of curriculum that you need to think of. Participatory learning experiences, as I told you, play should also be an important or integral part of your curriculum. Projects, as you know that projects more or less became a very commercial an activity. We say that in science, project method is the most appropriate method of teaching, because he is able to collect the holistic idea what a concept is. When a concept has been dealt in a project manner, he has all possibilities that he'll be able to understand the pros and cons of that concept. Projects will give them the varied kinds of an experiences and expertise. Whether our curriculum gives more on that has to be reflected. And it should also be on discussion. We are almost not reaching that. Dr. Karthikeyan, at what time I can stop?
How to stop by 12:20, sir?
Okay, so I may just go to that. I'll just screen the slides that have been prepared. I'll also share so that you can also share the slides to the concerned participants.
Okay.
Right? I'll just wind up maybe in couple of minutes. Right? So these are all some kind of an NC national curriculum for teacher education that has been, and salient features, as I mentioned, that in ITEP 2019 it has its own special features, and that I'm trying to narrate in the next slides. So it has a 2 inbuilt specialization that we are ensure that NCT is going to ensure a minimum qualification to become a preschool teacher will be either 4 years ITEP or maybe a graduation and a professional degree. That is a minimum standards that NCT is going to think of, and in future, maybe by 2025 or maybe by 2030, a minimum qualification that is going to be fixed to become preschool teacher till higher secondary will be an ITEP or maybe graduation with 2 years of B.Ed. So these are all some salient features that I have added. Kindly go through it, so that will definitely help you to understand what are the different features that has been added in the ITEP, which is one of the important, that is the future of teacher education in India that is going to be witnessed. These are all the salient features that you can see that teacher is going to be a global citizen these days. I'm sure how well is going to be trained in the teacher education institution will definitely reflect, and that has already been added in the curriculum itself. Curriculum has already been designed based on this. I'll tell you what are all the basic ideas that have been pulled. So there are nearly 8 dimensions that have been reflected. You could see that the first one is a parameter left hand side, and what is the BA, B.Ed or BSc, B.Ed in the primary stage, and what is the in the secondary stage. There are nearly 8 parameters that have been taken from various parts of the world, and that has been reflected in the curriculum. I'm sure you can see the first parameter is extensive observation of the children. That has also been taken up from the USA. That has also been incorporated in the ITEP curriculum that is going to be launched in the year from the academic year 2023 onwards. And the second parameter is integrated curriculum that has been practiced in United States of America, Finland, and Europe. And the third parameter is assessment of pre-service teachers that has been taken up from the USA, UK, Finland, that they have given here. And engagement with the community also been drawn from USA and Finland. And participation in events that is also been drawn from USA, Finland, and Singapore. And programs for skill enhancement, which has also been drawn from USA and Singapore. And the last 2 more parameters is on extended internship, which is also applicable for both primary and the secondary. 6 months extended internship will be inducted in this, and the breakup is 2 weeks in the school, 2 weeks for school exposure, 2 weeks for exposure in a multicultural context. It can be anything NGO or maybe any other context that you can think of. And 18 weeks of school internship was a mandatory, and 2 weeks working with the community was also in taken from the Finland, Singapore, and Australia. And the last one is evaluate teachers' own beliefs and assumptions, which was also drawn from UK, USA, and Finland. So all these ideas to ensure that ITEP 2020-23 is going to be reflected, and it was curriculum framework was designed in tune with the national curriculum framework or national education policy 2020. Everything has been embedded and made it as very comprehensive, very professional teacher education courses that the future student teachers are going to be trained. I'm sure that there are various salient features also I've added it, and I'll just share the these are all the basic elements that have been added in the ITEP curriculum framework, like discipline specific core courses, disciplinary elective courses, ability enhancement courses, education courses, generic elective courses. All these are all very fantastic elements, including pedagogical courses, were also inducted or drawn in the curriculum framework of teacher education. And engagement with the field also has been added in that, right? So the other responsibility that I'm just wanted to add here, whatever the curriculum, whatever the ideas that I've narrated, these are all the slides. And in future, so there is a opinion that now National Council for Teacher Education will be a regulatory body of teacher education, which coordinates all the teacher training programs operated in this country. And maybe in future, NCT will be totally looking after the national professional standards for teachers. That was the basic idea with which national education policy has been given, and let's see how it goes. So with this, I'll stop here. No, I don't want to take further. And if any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the motivating session. Dear participants, the platform is open for interaction. You may post your questions in the chat box or you may unmute your audio and then ask the question directly. Sir, we have a question in the chat box.
You can improve. You can increase the volume. Your volume is little feeble. Not able to.
Sorry for that, sir. We have a question.
Sir, could you please, without your earphone, could you please talk? It's not audible.
Hello, sir. We have a question from Revati from Bhajar University. The COVID pandemic's online learning paradigm has developed a strong bondage between student and non-human gadgets. We could see many students are failing to deal with the human interactions in the healthy ways. How can we remediate this change?
Your microphone, please. Yes. See, this is not a teaching alone. COVID pandemic really arrested all of us within the four walls. The kind of a mindset that the student and teacher possess at this point of time was unacceptable, because there is no way until and unless we accept it. One should feel that this is an universal phenomenon. Whatever the best efforts that any country can do, they did it. Now there is a shift in teaching and learning process. That is how Prime Minister of India said, COVID pandemic for India is an opportunity for all of us to explore our own strengths. How many of us know that before this pandemic, capable of creating a link, having an online interactions and many more. And now we were capable of creating online anywhere. We have understood that online has created a platform where anybody can be invited. All of us are capable of understanding the technical skills now. So that is an opportunity. So this is a one way of understanding. I do feel that there is a physical a touch or a human touch that is missing here. So gradually India is also moving towards calling the students and getting the best of the inputs or insights, whatever the best possible. And it's a universal situation, and everyone has to accept. And definitely teaching requires the physical touch alone, because whatever I am capable of or I am capable of delivering, so we'll have a fair chance to carry by the students coming. So we need to accept whatever exists.
Thank you, sir. We have another question at the same time. How to redirect or motivate the indisciplinary students into the interactive classroom?
So indiscipline, you could see in indiscipline, no? We have also.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. That indisciplinary student is because of this pandemic, the result of pandemic.
Recently, I've conducted two research areas. One is to know about the attitude towards mobile learning and online learning among parents, teachers, and students. See, the attitude was parents are more worried, and teachers are more interested. And students, if you just take up the attitude, student possess lesser attitude when compared to that of the parents and the teachers, which means students are technically not interested in the online learning. So the attitude, it was a self-developed scale that we are trying to ensure who possesses a higher attitude towards. Of course, being a parent, so you have your own pressure. Parenting, has its own pressure, and during especially this pandemic, many kind of addiction that occurred, on the students. Instead of learning, and they were more into the social media and more into the other games and other things. So this is everybody has to undergo that kind of a stage. Indiscipline is not in any kind of an activities. Indiscipline is in mind. That is what I can conclude that. See, indiscipline cannot be forced or compelled. It is to be imbibed. It is to be practiced by the individual learner. So we may instruct. If they are not taking in letter and spirit, how can we compel them? So we have seen many of our students, they'll simply switch on the they'll switch on the they'll log in that and they'll escape, or they'll be busy in their own world. So you cannot you cannot do the moral policing. It is the volunteer should understand the relevance of the discipline or discipline that is expected by a teacher. There are many issues that I don't want to discuss at this point of time, but definitely there is an indiscipline that we have many of our teachers have witnessed, especially during this period. Anyhow, maybe in a couple of weeks, regular teaching or offline teaching is going to happen, and you have every right to tune them, make them disciplined. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your answers given. And let me take the opportunity of proposing the vote of thanks. My heartfelt gratitude to the resource person, Dr. Mr. Vijay Kumar R., former Regional Director, NCTE. He has stressed the importance of bondage between the teacher and students. He has consolidated the vision and mission of national plans and organizations of the Indian government with respect to teachers and teacher education. The professor has given us the dimensions of curriculum framework for teacher education. Dear Professor, we assure you the joyful learning through the implementation of our own creativity to organize student-centered classroom, activity-based and participatory learning experience in the classroom. Thank you, sir. I also thank the organizing institutions, Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, Chennai, Loyola College of Education, Chennai, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, and the organizing secretaries and members for this techno platform to receive lots and lots of inputs regarding creativity. Once again, I thank you one and all. Thank you.
I personally thank Professor Mani for having given me this opportunity to spare whatever the minimum experience that I have in NCT. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed an enlightening session, and I'm sure the participants would have gained ideas about incorporating an apt curriculum that promotes creativity. Dear participants, kindly fill in the feedback form. The link is sent in Cisco WebEx chat box, YouTube chat box, and WhatsApp groups also. Now I request the participants to kindly switch on your videos so that a screenshot can be taken.
Thank you, participants. Thank you, speaker. Thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir, for your enlightening session. Let's break for lunch and let's be back by sharp 1 p.m. for the final session by Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan from Mara University. Thank you.
அப்படியே மாத்திட்டீங்களா?
வெளில எப்படி அடிப்பாங்க
Can you hear me? Welcome back all. Creativity is not the finding of a thing, but making something out of it after it is found, by James Russell Lowell. The eighth and the final input session for today will be headed by Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, on the topic Revival of Assessment for Learning in the New Normal Classroom. Over to the moderator, Dr. A. Jasmine Christie, Assistant Professor, Loyola College of Education, Chennai.
Jasmine, ma'am, excuse me.
Sorry, ma'am. You're not audible.
You're not audible, ma'am.
Ma'am, sorry, ma'am. You're not audible, ma'am.
Sorry for the inconvenience. My name is Dr. A. Jasmine Christie, Assistant Professor, Loyola College of Education, and I will be serving as moderator for this session on this topic, Revival for Assessment for Learning in the New Normal Classroom. You will be hearing this presentation from resource person, Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. On this very timely subject, before we get started, I wanted to take a few minutes of your time to introduce the resource person. Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, Dr. Geeta for short, has been working in UITM for 29 years and is currently serving the Faculty of Education as the coordinator of examination. She obtained a bachelor's degree in education with double major, English and mathematics, and both master's and PhD in teacher education, focused on language testing. She has been teaching linguistics and pedagogical skills at the foundation, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels. Dr. Geeta has a plethora of knowledge and experience in educational issues as a lecturer, researcher, consultant, trainer, and journal article reviewer, besides supervising postgraduate students. Her areas of interest include language testing, teaching, methodology, and critical thinking. We are indeed happy and feel privileged to have you, dear ma'am. So now, moving along to our session, please welcome Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, who will be speaking to us on revival of assessment for learning in the new normal classroom. Ma'am, kindly take over the session, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Jasmine Christie. Good evening, everyone. Evening from Malaysia and good afternoon in India. First of all, before I start, I'd like to thank Professor Mani for our partner university, TNTU, and my dear friend, Dr. Caroline, who actually invited me. And this was supposed to be a small session, which turned out to be a 2-day international webinar. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my experiences. All right, so without further ado, let me share my slides. Okay, are you able to see my slide?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Yes,
all right.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I know it's been a long 2-day webinar, so please bear with me. This is the final talk. All right. My title is Revival of Assessment for Learning in the New Normal Classroom. I'm from the Faculty of Education, Department of Teaching English as a Second Language from University Technology Mara, Malaysia. All right, so my talk will consist of 4 areas, which are relationship between assessment and learning. That's what we will look at first. And then we'll look at this term, assessment for learning, or more specifically or popularly known as AFL. And then we'll look at the types of AFL, the assessments for learning, and the rubrics and feedback. I think I might finish my session a little earlier so that I give you enough time to ask questions if you have and share your experiences as well. All right. Okay, so COVID-19 has had a big impact in our lives. So just before COVID-19, there have been a lot of things said and done about assessments, but a lot of things have not actually reached this part of the world, which is the Asian part of the world. And it actually has taken a slower slide into this part of the world. So the 3 types of assessments that were actually found before the COVID-19 assessment of learning, assessment for learning, and assessment as learning. So there have been 3 types of assessment which relates to learning. What would be the difference among the 3? If you look at it in one go, it looks the same, just a matter of words, just the prepositions are different. One is off, one is for, and the other one is as. All right, we'll look at how they differ and what are the similarities, and then we'll look at the other issues. All right. So first thing is when we have this from this table, if you look at the assessments, the type of assessment, so each column represents one type of assessment, and these are the criteria or the areas that we are looking at. Right, so assessment of learning is basically a summative type, and it is defined as teacher determines the progress or application of knowledge or skills against the particular standard, right? And who's in control is the teacher. So it's very teacher centric, right? As opposed to assessment for learning, it's formative and it's defined as teacher and peers check progress and learning to help learners to determine how to improve, right? While assessment as learning is also formative, but it's defined slightly differently. Learners take responsibility of their own learning and ask questions about their learning and the learning process. Then they explore how to improve, right? So the people who are involved or who are in control of each one, you can see that the teacher is very much in control for the assessment of learning, while assessment for learning is the teacher and the peers. While assessment as learning, it would be the learners and peers. So you might ask this question, where did the teacher go to in assessment as learning? Doesn't the teacher have a role? Because even in its definition, the word teacher is not even mentioned. All right, this is so because teacher is the facilitator. All right, and how are these assessments conducted? Right, for assessment of learning, it's very much formal. Right, this is the usual exams that you have at the end of the year, mid-year, where you would spend some time drafting the questions, so you construct the test and then you put them together and you administer the test. And after administering the test, you would grade them based on some answer scheme, and then you would take those scores and put a letter grade for it. Right, so that would be the normal formal process. I guess in every other country, this is how it's done, right? For assessment for learning, because it's formative, so it breaks away from the formal assessment. It adds on this informality. All right, it adds on the informal assessment, and it is more of a subtle way of assessing. You don't give them a test paper and say, do the questions, try the questions, and then we check the answers. It's not really like that, but it involves some form of activity. So within this activity, and a sort of an indirect way of assessment happens. All right. And this is done in such a way that the results of it will tell us how to move. What is our next direction? Right, the direction of the learning. So the next lesson, how should we do it? Should we focus on this area or the other? Because from the feedback we get from the students' results, that will tell us how to maneuver. While in summative assessment, you don't have that, because it's normally done at the end of it, where you don't really have a chance to change the direction of learning, because it's at the end of the learning that you would have that assessment. Right, so what is assessment as learning and how different is it? Learners now, because they are in control of their learning, they will use formal and informal feedback. Now, where do they get the feedback from? Basically, it's from their peers and themselves, because they do self-evaluation. Right, so they would check on themselves and they would do this self-assessment to decide how to move on from that point. All right, once they have learned something, now that I have learned something, what do I do next? All right, or if I didn't understand something, should I repeat this part? So they will decide how to move. Okay, whereas for assessment for learning, it was decided by the teacher together with the students, because the results will help the teacher decide how to maneuver the class. All right, because of this nature that is slightly different from each other, the assessment of learning is done in a periodical manner. So the report is periodic, and every end of the year or every middle of the year, you would have an exam, and then that is reported. All right. Whereas assessment for learning is ongoing, it's a continuous assessment. So the process of learning, in the process of learning is where you would do the assessment and you would give them feedback. So now and then you would have to give feedback to the students so that they know how to improve themselves. All right. So the focus is very much on the process, as compared to assessment of learning is focused very much on the product. While the assessment as learning is more of a continual reflection. So you're actually reflecting more and more on your own, about your own learning. So there's a lot of metacognition that takes place here as well, right? And the periodic report will definitely focus on ranking. All right, and the reports would be based on scoring, grades, and competition. So you would have them ranked according to their results, and you would probably say how many A's, how many made it, how many failures, those are the important information. Whereas for assessment for learning, because it's ongoing feedback, it helps to improve the learning through feedback, support, and collaboration. While the assessment as learning, the focus, because the focus is on reflection, it deepens your learning and learn how to learn. All right. And this is done through collaboration because you work with your peers. There's reflection and the focus is on self-evaluation. Right. So all these happened before the pandemic. However, during the pandemic, that was a big problem because teachers were actually shocked. Students were not coming to class now. How do I teach? So the thing that teachers had was some knowledge of ICT if they had, and the ones who had, they knew that there is an alternative. The ones who didn't have that exposure to ICT had to learn. You have no choice. All right. And then when we talk about assessments, teachers were actually, and that was another problem altogether because we are so used to the exam and test. Now, how do we assess them? What marks do I give? All right. So this is where from the traditional testing came the assessment for learning became a little brighter. So there was a little bit of light there. All right. That assessment for learning can take place and can help us out. Okay. So you would ask this question, why? Because tests would not be reliable if you do it online unless you make sure the entire surrounding you have actually had done some kind of surveillance. Plus, if it is done at home, the home environment may not be conducive. Some of the kids, this I'm talking about students in school, some of the kids live in a one-room apartment, a house that is really very small. They don't even have a room. And where do they study? They have a phone. They probably have to study outside. So when you do a test, where do they take the test? It's not a quiet environment. There's a lot of noise around, right? So such conditions may not be good for test takers. All right. And then the other thing is that resources are available. So we don't know whether we can trust the students. And sometimes we just have to trust them. We have no choice because we have to conduct the test. Right. So conducting a test that is not reliable is as good as not doing the test. It's better not to do the test. Why waste your time when you know the results will not be reliable? All right. So we need to think of some other forms of assessment. All right. Let's break from this sort of a lecture. All right. What are the definitions of the three types of assessment? Give this a bit of thought. All right. This is the situation. Would you agree with this? Your life depends on those 3-hour test papers in your final year of high school? Would you agree or disagree? Can you type in the chat? So we have yes and no as answers. All right. Many a times, if you are intending to continue higher education, all right, you want to move on to pre-university and then to university, that 3-hour test in your final year of your high school matters. All right. Now, sometimes you wonder 12 years of school, 11 years in Malaysia, all right, 11 years of school in Malaysia. Can it all be put together in 3 hours and tell that that is what you are? Okay, so sometimes it may seem a bit unfair, but then again, you may ask this question like, we've been doing this all the while. Why so much fuss over it? Okay, but now that we know there are issues related to it, should we still continue focusing on this? All right, now just give that a thought. Keep that in mind while I discuss the rest of it. Then maybe if you have questions afterwards, I will be more than happy to answer your questions. All right. Okay, I'll give you an example. Right, a writing test, English paper, writing test, 1 hour, you need to write 500 words. Let's say we have two students. One both are equal in terms of their proficiency level. They are just intermediate students, average students, not so good in the language. They have very limited vocabulary, but they can understand. All right, understanding is not a problem, but they may not be able to use the language effectively because of the limitation of the language. All right, now, given that situation, you give this test. Student A, this is just a hypothetical example. Student A will try to answer the question, reads the question, gets the idea, jots down some points on paper, and then starts writing the answer. But then struggles to write because of the limited vocabulary. So now and then the student stops to think about what to say next, but there are lots of points written on paper. Okay. Student B, on the other hand, for the first 10 to 15 minutes, hardly writes anything on paper, stares very much blankly for good 10 minutes, and then writes one word and then probably another word before he starts writing the answer. And probably takes about 25 minutes to write the first word for that essay answer. Okay, so when this happens, what can we see the difference between the two students? What can we say about their ability? In terms of proficiency, they are both the same level, right? But one can actually come up with the ideas very easily, and the other needs a bit of time to generate these ideas. All right. Both have problems writing because they have limited vocabulary. Now, is it fair to test both the students in the same manner? All right. Now, we do learn about learning styles, learning preferences, and your multiple intelligences and all those things. But yet, we do these things in practice. All right. So, how fair is this? For all you know, the student B, who took so much time to generate the ideas, would have done a great job if he was given time to think about it and then write it as a homework instead of a test. You do a take home test and the student actually has time to think and write and comes up with the answer, as compared to the other who can actually complete or maybe almost complete within that 1 hour. All right. And given that difference, what would we say about the assessment itself? So some students do better in test and some don't do well. All right. So there is a difference there. Right. So having that in mind, coming back to this table, the focus about who is in control. Assessment of learning is in the control of the teacher. Assessment for learning is in the control of the teacher and peers. And for learners and peers in assessment of, as learning, right? Assessment as learning is lesser done among younger learners. Why? Because they need a lot more guidance from teachers, right? They have very limited knowledge, so they can't take control of their own learning. But simple things they can do. All right. You can't assess them on in a holistic manner. You can assess them in smaller areas. All right. But it's better done with students who are older, like at the higher learning institutions or in high school. This can be done because learners can take control of their own learning. They have that knowledge, they have that experience, they know how to move on. all right? But younger learners need the help of the teacher, not just as a facilitator, but an input giver as well, all right? So the other thing is the type of assessments. Um, Assessment of learning is summative in nature, and assessment for learning is formative in nature, right? So there are two different types. And the kind of reports that we give for off learning would be periodic report, when for learning is ongoing feedback. So this would be the focus. Okay. So having known this focus, what we need to realize is that we cannot change. It's not like a paradigm shift where you just shift to fully formative assessments. Like, just because assessment for learning is formative type and it seems good, it helps to improve learning and so on, it becomes a favorite. All right. But there must be some form of balance between the formative and the summative assessment. You can't have a total uh, subject which is formative in nature or summative in nature. All right. The best is to have some weightage for summative and some weightage for formative. And there must be a balance between the two. And this has to be decided not ad hoc-ish. You have to actually plan this within the curriculum. It has to be stated very clearly. Then you can actually conduct it. All right. It is not something like you think about it like, after today, you go back and you say, all right, we are changing our format of the assessment. We are going to move to 100% formative. It's not like that. It has to be done in a well-planned manner. All right. It cannot be done overnight. So there must be some balance here. Now, in our curriculum in Malaysia, I can only speak for Malaysia, our curriculum is determined by the Ministry of Education. So we don't have a say in how we would like to assess the students. All right. The assessment, everything is stated in the syllabus, in the curriculum. So we know at the end of high school, this is what they need to do, and we prepare them for that. Okay. So it's quite exam oriented. Nevertheless, in the last few years, where when the primary school, especially when they had abolished the end of primary school, we have one standardized exam, and that has been abolished. All right. So when they abolished that, they introduced the classroom-based assessment. So classroom-based assessment is more formative in nature. All right. But there is also a question about the reliability of that assessment. All right. It is done in a way that is well moderated and is checked by many parties before the marks are actually released. So we don't have end of primary school assessments anymore, no more standardized exams, but we have classroom-based assessments. All right. Nevertheless, in the high school, we still have the standardized exam at the end of Form 5, we call it, and that is summative in nature, definitely. And now with the new curriculum, we do have some marks for class projects. All right. Earlier, the class projects did not contribute any marks to the final grades. But now with the new syllabus, we do have some percentage of projects or assignments that relate to the final grade. So this is where the balance is struck between formative and summative. All right. Of course, if you teach in a private school, then the school can decide what should be the weightage and how should you move on with your assessments. But in a public school, we don't really have a choice because we follow what is top down. Okay. All right, so a little bit of the background of what is assessment for learning besides the definition part of it. The assumption for this is that students will be motivated by assessment. Now you tell me, if you tell your students, we're going to have a test, how will they react? Okay, Don't even talk about students, talk about yourself. If you go for a course and you are told you're going to have a test, all right, immediately you would be put off, isn't it? Okay, because it is yeah, it is definitely stressful. The moment you hear the word test, exam, assessment, it's really it's like half dead. Okay, so this assessment for learning is supposed to change that mindset. It's supposed to motivate the students. Now you will see how it motivates when I show you some examples and I explain to you. I'll share with you some things that I have done in my class with my students. So that will give you a better idea, right? And the learning environment in the classroom becomes a bit more conducive. When you know you have to sit for an exam end of it all, the learning is really very stressful because the thought is you have to memorize this, you have to remember this. Will I be able to remember everything that I need to know for the exam? Because exams, you don't know what is coming out. And most of the time, like in Malaysia, we have district level exams. So your year end exam comes from your district. So everyone in that district will sit for that same paper. So you would not know the questions because everyone is sitting for the same one at the same time, you know. So that becomes very, very stressful. So AFL is supposed to change that mindset as well. It's supposed to make it more interesting, exciting learning environment that you don't even realize you have been assessed. All right. And it can cater for diverse learning styles. And definitely it facilitates metacognition. Later you will see why. All right. And it engages students to be on task because it's so exciting. They want to do it, right? And they enjoy learning, but they don't realize they are being graded, right? Okay, these are the 10 principles of AFL, just in case if you want to experiment this in your classes while you're teaching, you can actually do that. Right, you need to plan the teaching and learning effectively. You can't do it in an ad hoc manner. It has to be planned, all right? And you need to focus on how students learn. So if you think your students learn better by in a visual manner, that means you have to show more pictures, you have to draw, you have to do something in that way. Only then they can understand. If you give them text, they would not be able to relate. Okay, some students need to listen to some kind of stories. You need to narrate something, but in that narration they will be able to understand. So you need to understand the kind of students you have and what are their learning styles. All right, and AFL is definitely central to classroom practice because it's based on activities in the class, so it's definitely classroom centered. And because you are trying to look at a different way of assessing, it makes it makes you a bit more professional, in fact, because you can't just do it at your own whims and fancy. You have to discuss with your department, the people involved who are teaching in that particular form. All right, so it becomes a bit more professional, how to conduct this arrangement for this kind of assessment for learning. However, you have to be sensitive and constructive, especially when you give feedback, because assessments have emotional impact. Now, just now when I asked this question, somebody said you would feel stressful, right? When you hear the word test itself, is very stressful. So assessments have emotional impact. If you do well, it's like great feeling. If you do badly in the test, then you feel down. No one actually feels happy. Deep down inside, you do feel sad, you know. So you need to be careful about how you give that feedback. And the other five are promote commitments to learning goals. All right. Consider the importance of learner motivation. You need to know your students and you need to know what motivates them. In some classes full of boys, you think sports would motivate them, but actually no. sports doesn't motivate the boys. It could be cooking. All right. So when you want to teach a particular concept, when you want to give examples, you have to relate to some kind of cooking, related methods. Then the students can grasp the idea. So you need to also know what motivates the students. All right. And then allow the learners to receive constructive guidance on how to improve. That is very important, which we will talk about afterwards. And then develop learners' capacity for self assessment. Now we are at AFL, assessment for learning. What we hope is the students would be ready for assessment as learning as they move on higher. All right. So where they're going to do self-assessment. So we have to prepare them to be able to look at their own faults, their own weaknesses, their strengths, and how to work on it, how to capitalize on their strengths and work on their weaknesses. So that way they can self-evaluate later on in a more effective manner. All right. And then recognize the full range of achievement of all learners. So all in all, what I can say is if you want to use this, apply the AFL in your class, you have to know your students well, what kind of students you have. And students, as you know, I'm sure, every semester, every year, students differ. All right. Different kinds of students will enter your class for the same code. All right. They may be of the same age, but every cohort will be different. So we need to understand the culture of the students. What do they come with? All right. Okay. So what can we do about this? All right. So let's be practical. Before we look into it, the examples, let's look at some theory behind it. All right. This is John Mueller's authentic assessment toolbox. Okay. He gives a comparison of what a traditional assessment is as compared to authentic assessment. So he says that AFL actually should apply the authentic assessment. Okay. What it would be traditional assessments would be selecting a response. That means you have a right answer there. You have some form of answer that you're expecting. It's contrived. That means it's deliberately created for that assessment. All right. And it's definitely focused on lower order thinking skills. Okay. Because it's more of recalling that information. All right. And it's teacher centric because teacher decides how you should be assessed and what should be the content. And it's definitely an indirect evidence because it is, for example, when you have an exam and you want to find out how much the student knows, all right, in this particular concept, how much does the student know? You can't open his brain and figure out like what are the components there that relate to this topic, right? So what you will do is you will give them questions. How many questions can assure you will get the right information about how much they know of this topic? Should it be 5 questions? Should it be 10 questions? So you will decide how many questions will be required so that you can conclude that the student has grasped that concept. All right. It will differ from teacher to teacher. Some teachers feel 5 questions are enough. Some teachers feel even 20 is not enough. All right. So that is the traditional way of assessing. The authentic assessment is more like performing a task. So it's focused on the process. All right. And it must be related to real life. It cannot be something you create. You cannot make up this assessment situation. It has to be relatable. So it must be like a real life. All right. And it's definitely reflecting on the higher order thinking skills, because you need to apply, you need to create. All right. And it's more student centered. All right. And because it's student centered, you get direct evidence. For example, if I ask you to do okay, let's say if I ask you in a maths class, how something about subtraction. Okay, so I give you a situation. All right, let's play role play. I will be the customer and you are going to be the um, shopkeeper. So I'm going to buy something, and the thing that I'm going to buy is 25 ringgit worth, but I have 100 ringgit note. So now when I give the storekeeper, how much must he return me? So it's basic subtraction, but you do not write numbers minus, in the mathematical terms, but you give them that situation and ask them to um, calculate. So it is from the change that he gives will be my evidence that he knows how to subtract. So that is direct evidence. Whereas in the traditional test, those few questions I ask, I must conclude from the answers whether you have grasped subtraction or not. All right, by giving you 5 questions, can I say that you have mastered subtraction? And what kind of questions? Numbered questions, wordy questions, all right, a mixture of questions like that. So it's very much indirect. All right, so having this in mind, let's look at what kind of AFL can we find, can we actually practice in class? All right, so we can have portfolios. All right, we can have infographic. We can have manuals. We can have brochures. Vlogs would be videos that you post on a particular website. Blogs would be written form, right? Newscast, projects, case study, scrapbook, cooking, live library, social media, and the list goes on. It's non-exhaustive. All right, it all boils down to the creativity of the teacher. What can you think of to do in your class? All right, let me share with you 2 examples. One is brochure and the other one is the live library. All right, I used to teach the grammar class, first level grammar class. So this is language proficiency 1 for first year students. So when they come in, because we are from the TESOL department, obviously we have to make sure the students' language is good. So the first part of our class was teaching them the rules of the language, so different parts of speech and so on. And then we decided that, put away all those quizzes and all that, because that would not help us to find out what would be the best way to find out if they really have mastered what we have taught them. Because for the quizzes that we give, the exercises, they can get it right anyway, because once you teach, you give them the exercise, they seem to be able to do it correctly. But when you ask them a question, they answer you with all those mistakes in the sentence. So we came up with this idea, give them a brochure to do. So we gave the situation, you are a first year student. During orientation, you are supposed to give out these brochures to the new students. Okay, so for the first year orientation week, we will give these brochures. So each group was assigned to a different area. One group was assigned to look into the food on campus. So what are the tips you will give new students about the food on campus? Our campus is huge. Okay, so we have many cafeterias, and they serve different types of food and all that. So that was one of the things. And then student activities. What kind of activities can you do? All right. So then one of the students wanted to do on nature, to do some form of environmental friendly activities. So we allowed the students to also choose their own areas, but we did give them some guidance in what kind of areas that they should look at. Then one group looked at the offices in the on campus, like the bursary, student affairs center, because these are the places the students would want to go to. And then one went to the library to find out what are the facilities. So they came up with the brochures. And as you would have realized, brochures do not write, you don't write like full sentences or long paragraphs. most of the time information is bulleted, and it may be in phrasal form, all right? Could be in sentence form, but they are all short sentences, all right? So we only told them to do this, but what happened was when it came back and they had to do a presentation, when it came back and they presented in class, I was shocked because the creativity of the brochure was great. They came up with beautiful colors, beautiful layout, things that I never thought that you can actually do, for a brochure. They did all that. But when it came to the actual learning objective, the main objective of this course is for you to be able to use the language appropriately. All right. But what happened was they did not realize when you write your information in a bullet form, the first word you use in all these points have to be in the same form. All right, same part of speech and the same form. So if it is a verb, it must be in the same tense, right? And it was all over the place. They were not doing that. They didn't realize that they had to look into all these nitty-gritties. That is where the language part was actually tested. So many of them did very beautiful brochures but got low marks. So they were very upset and they came back and asked. So we actually gave them feedback based on our rubrics, and we told them these are the things that you should have looked at. All right. They know very well language is important, but they didn't focus on it. The focus was more on how to beautify that brochure. All right. So they also learned that this is something they shouldn't have done. They should have paid more attention to the language because this is a grammar class anyway. All right. If it is creative writing or something, then it's different. But this is a grammar class, so you have to follow the rules. All right. So that is where the students actually had lower marks. All right. So a brochure is actually a good way of getting your students to work on and assessing their learning, because whether they can apply what they have learned actually is seen. And it's a direct evidence because you can see it's written in the brochure. All right. They can't say, I thought of, I wanted to, no such thing because it's already printed. Okay. Right. The other one I would like to share is the live library. Live library is where you assign students to do some kind of information search on their own. For example, I'll give you an example of a science class. So maybe you teach, if you're teaching the plants and different types of plants, so you assign each group a particular type of plant. All right. Then they will go back and read all about it, and you also have to tell them, like, you have to make it practical so that people who want to plant something must get some tips from you how to take care of such plants. All right, based on the different types of plants. So then you can assign one particular day, two groups will be presenting. So one group will be seated in front and they are like the library. All right, so here you are not going to read a book, but you will ask questions and they will give you that information. All right, so that's why it's called live library. They will provide you with that information without you having to read a book. All right, so you have to ask the question, like, if I want to plant this, what must I do at home? All right, how should I take care of that plant at home? So then they will give you the tips, and they will also need to justify. So then the learning takes place because through that question and answer session, everyone actually learns about the plants. The teacher doesn't have to teach. All right, you just need to assign, but you need to guide them as to what kind of information to provide, to find out. And you also need to guide the other students about what kind of questions you can ask. All right, then it takes place well. Okay, however, these kind of assessments are very subjective. So when it's subjective, you have this issue with reliability. Okay, so you need to come up with some kind of rubrics with appropriate descriptors, right? This is an example of a rubric that we use at our foundation level when we teach writing. So we have this criteria, content or task fulfillment, and then language, which is grammar and vocabulary, mechanics, and organization. Then we have all these words written here. They are called descriptors in case if you are not into assessments. And then here you have a band like excellent and then the range of score. Okay, so the range of score is more like a rating scale. Okay, all right. So the rubric should include the criteria, the descriptors, and the performance level, which relates to the rating scale. All right. And then from the rubrics, when you mark, it makes it easier for you to actually mark, and you become fairer in terms of marking, right? With the help of these rubrics, feedback also can be constructive, because when you give the feedback, you know exactly what to say. So if you refer back to the descriptor, you can say, all right, in this range, what didn't the student do? So you look at a higher range and say, you didn't do all these, that's why you got the lower mark. All right. And it can be very specific as to which parts of the essay or which part of their work that they did not get the grade. All right. Or where they lost their marks. Okay, and this feedback should be done as soon as possible. I think in Dr. Barcelona's speech yesterday, he mentioned the earlier the better. Okay, and direct or indirect feedback, it depends on the kind of students you have. Some students can take it, some students cannot. So you need to understand your students so that you don't hurt their feelings. All right, they are very, very much emotional type. All right, particularly if you're teaching teenagers, that's even you have to be very, very careful about how you give your feedback. And AFL allows learners in the process of feedback, because students and teacher would negotiate. When you go through the feedback, the student will ask you, and you can tell exactly where they have gone wrong, and they can justify why they made that mistake, or whether they realize it or not. So this negotiation can take place in the process of feedback, which is actually very helpful in improving. All right. Okay, so we have come to the end. Swami Vivekananda said, true guidance is like a small torch in a dark forest. It doesn't show everything once, but it gives enough light for the next step to be safe. All right. And that is what our role is as a teacher in terms of giving feedback to the students. Because in the assessment, you do not tell everything. You don't give the answer, but you tell them the way to get the answer. All right. So you show them a little bit of light, they reflect, and they can do a lot more. All right. Trusting your students is very important. You must have confidence in your students. Students are able to do such things on their own. All right. And lastly, if you are a fan of Robin Sharma, he said, we have a normal. As you move outside of your comfort zone, what was once the unknown and frightening becomes your new norm. All right. So that brings to the end of my talk, revival of assessment for learning in the new normal classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Assessing student learning is an essential component of effective teaching and learning process. Thank you very much, Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan. I hope you all enjoyed this amazing presentation. Now, Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan will answer questions. You can post your questions in the chat box. Ma'am, already there is a question. I'll just read out the question to you.
Yes, please.
If we intend to measure the students' digital skills, adjustment or improvement due to adaptation to new type of classroom, what should be the underlying principle or thought of this evaluation, and how we supposed to measure it, especially in the school where students live in countryside, because sometimes as a teacher, we are looking at these skills as inseparable aspect in learning? So this is the question.
Um, I'm not sure what you mean by digital skills. I suppose this is for a computer class. Is that right?
Maybe they are asking about regarding the portfolios, the others, the
Okay.
social media that will be.
All right. So, yeah, it actually boils down to the type of students you have. I think I mentioned this in the beginning. It's important to know what kind of students you have and who they are. If they come from a household where, you don't have any facilities. For example, I've had my student who did practicum actually face this problem where the student relies on the mother's handphone for information from the teacher, and the mother works from home and she has to make sure her phone is on during office hours. She's monitored. All right, when she goes off, they can actually see that she's off. So the student cannot attend any class, you know and this is in terms of the teaching and learning. So what more if it is an assessment and you have a test and you are trying to make use of Google Classroom or a Google form, and you ask them to uh, put submit their work, or you ask them to come up with a video when they don't have the facilities. That's going to be very tough. That is why you need to understand your students well. You really have to know who they are. Some of the situations, I think I had some contact with uh, from Lakshmi College of Education, and some of the students actually come from very, very sad state. You know, they are not able to handle this kind of digital skills. So in this kind of situation, you have to think of an alternative. So I know teachers in rural areas actually do house calls. They send worksheets to students at home. They actually go from house to house. All right. But one thing good in the rural area is that the kids all stay nearby. So, you don't have to travel too far. You just go to one place and then you can see them all. So having said that, what kind of assessment would be the best? What would be the right way to test? It depends on the kind of students you have. Because if you have students who are able, everyone has a gadget and they are able to be connected online, definitely that will be the best. You can use any form of online assessment on related assessments, and that would give you the right results. But if they can't afford to, then you have to think of an alternative.
Thank you, ma'am, for your great reply. And there's one more question.
Yes.
How can we promote self-appraisal in students?
Okay, the self-appraisal, as I mentioned, is more on assessment as learning, which is supposed to be actually the main part of assessment, which we hope that students will gain if they continue doing assessments the right way. Self-assessment is something that you have to learn how to do. It has to start early. All right. Now, I don't know if you have experienced this. When I ask my students to do peer review for essays, the first time they exchanged their essays and they said, fantastic writing, beautiful idea, But when I read the essay, there's so much of mistakes. But they are they are a bit too kind to their friends, So the peer review then becomes like, not worthwhile the time. So what I had to do is to tell them specifically, okay, now look for this, look for that. So when they had the right input, like, what to look for, then they were more specific in their review instead of giving overall thing. So then their assessment of their friends' work, their review, sorry, of their friends' work became a bit more reliable. And the students actually took heed of the friends' advice and made corrections. right? But initially, no. So how to do this? It is over time. You have to try out with one small thing and then slowly build it and make it a habit, and then they can do it properly. Otherwise, they will praise themselves and you'll never find out what is wrong and how to improve. There's no way.
Thank you, ma'am, for your apt and convincing answer. There are no more questions, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just move on with the conclusion. The pandemic has altered many things in our world, but it has not eradicated what we know about the value and importance of assessment for learning, and a shared desire to sustain a productive assessment culture in schools and classrooms. Thank you, Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, for your great presentation on new creative ways of assessing students' understanding through online and offline activities. I place my gratitude to the organizing secretaries from Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, India, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, and Loyola College of Education, Chennai, India. Thank you all for attending. We hope you have learned and enjoyed this presentation. Thank you one and all. Over to Gayatri.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a lively session on how to improvise assessment in the new classroom. Dear participants, the feedback link is sent in the Cisco WebEx chat box, YouTube chat box, and WhatsApp groups also. Kindly fill in the feedback form and become eligible to get the e-certificate. What we can or cannot do, what we consider possible or impossible, is rarely a function of our true capability. It is more likely a function of our belief of who we are. By Tony Robbins. Dear resource persons, organizing committee members, faculty members, and other participants, it is my pleasure to welcome you all for the valedictory session of the international webinar on the topic Enhancing Creativity in the New Normal Classroom Environment, Challenges and Prospects. One of the marvelous things about community is that it enables us to welcome and help people in a way we couldn't as individuals. By Jean Vernier. I call upon Dr. K. Rajashekaran, Associate Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, to welcome the gathering.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, I thank God Almighty for His shower of blessings to complete 2 days international webinar on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom, environment challenges and prospects, jointly organized by Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University and Loyola College of Education in collaboration with University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. It seems to be a pleasure to welcome the gathering. I welcome, first of all, Professor Dr. V. Balakrishnan, Professor and Head, Department of Curriculum and Evaluation, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, who is a man of honesty and dedication. Welcome you, sir. And I welcome Professor M. Govindan, Department of Educational Psychology Professor and Head, who is always working round the clock for the development of our university. Welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome Professor Dr. N. Ramakrishnan, Department of Technology, auspicious occasion, and I welcome Reverend Dr. Sebastian, Secretary, Loyola College of Education, who is the backbone of the program. Welcome you, sir. And I welcome our respected HOD and Professor Dr. S. Mani, Department of Education Planning and Administration, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, who is always thinking about the development of our university, the man of action, the hub of knowledge. Sir, it gives immense pleasure to welcome you, sir. And I welcome Dr. Caroline Maria, IQAC Coordinator, Loyola College of Education, who is really working to make this webinar a grand success. And I welcome the joint organizing secretaries. Fully, I welcome the enthusiastic participants from various universities for the validity function. And validity address Dr. Muhammad Guy Restan Raghavat, Deputy Dean, Research and Industry Network, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Welcome you, sir. Once again, thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. May I invite Dr. Carolyn Maria, IQAC Coordinator, one of the organizing secretaries, Loyola College of Education, Chennai, to present the report of the 2-day international webinar.
Not audible. Not audible. Yes, now you go ahead.
Yes. Jason. Greetings to one and all gathered here virtually. It gives me immense pleasure to present the report of the international webinar organized by Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai and Loyola College of Education, Chennai in collaboration with University Technology Mara, Malaysia on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects. Enhancing students' creativity is an educational goal and increasingly a global imperative. Classroom collaboration can spur creative thinking and encourage the exchange of ideas. Allowing the students to join the teachers in classroom management can also give students the space to creatively develop themselves and also gain values of responsibility and sincerity in the process. Teachers must be well prepared with classroom management strategies that promote critical thinking and imaginative solutions from the students. Creativity is also directly enhancing the learning by increasing the motivation, deepening the understanding, and promoting joy. Let me take this opportunity to give a brief note on the conception of international webinar. With the dynamic leadership of our beloved Secretary, Reverend Dr. Sebastian S.J., who initiated the idea of conduct of international webinar and along with the encouragement of our principal, Dr. L. Kulangai Teresal, I, being the IQAC coordinator, have approached Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, to give an input session and requested her to suggest some abroad speakers for our proposed international webinar. She introduced me to Dr. Barcelona D. Teacher Education Program, Lutz College, Philippines, and they both agreed to give input sessions on creativity. Then after having a brainstorming session with a band of LCE staff, I approached once again Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan and she initiated the collaborative work with Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University with Professor Mani. After few online meetings, we three organizing secretaries came up with the title Enhancing Creativity in the New Normal Classroom Environment, Challenges and Prospects for our international webinar. To throw more light on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, 8 input sessions were planned with 5 Indian speakers and 2 speakers from University Technology Mara and 1 speaker from Lutz College, Philippines. An organizing team was constituted in all the 3 collaborative institutions. From Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, under the headship of Professor S. Mani as organizing secretary, along with organizing joint secretaries, Dr. K. Rajashekaran, associate professor, Dr. C. E. Jayanti, Dr. Subramaniam, Dr. Jnana Sundari, and Dr. Saravanan as assistant professors. From Loyola College of Education, Dr. M. Carolyn Maria, IQAC coordinator, as the organizing secretary, along with Dr. Jasmine Christie, Dr. Artigayan, IQAC members and assistant professors as organizing joint secretaries, Dr. Ponmalini, Ms. Catherine Nitya, Mr. Regis Nyandaraj, and Mr. Jaykumar, faculty members to provide technical assistance. From University Technology Mara, Malaysia, Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, coordinator of examination as the organizing secretary, along with Dr. Muhammad Rahmat and Madam Munira Muhammad Izam as the organizing joint secretaries. Moderators for each input session were fixed and a WhatsApp group was created to include all the speakers and the moderators to have seamless communication. All the responsibilities regarding the conduct of international webinar were shared among all three institutions equally. Periodical online meetings and rehearsal on Cisco WebEx platform enabled us to conduct this webinar without any hitch. The international webinar started with an inaugural session on 13th May 2022 at 9:30 a.m. Professor S. Mani, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, welcomed the dignitaries and delegates. And Dr. M. Carolyn Maria, IQAC Coordinator, Loyola College of Education, Chennai, presented the dynamics of webinar. Reverend Dr. Francis P. Xavier, SJ, Rector, Loyola Campus, Chennai, and Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Sarfa Ruzana Syed Aris, Dean, Faculty of Education, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, Professor Ganesan, Controller of Examination in charge, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, and Professor Govindan, Registrar in charge, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, gave their felicitations. Professor Panchanadam, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, gave the keynote address. He emphasized on the creativity is a combination of fluency, flexibility, and originality. He said that creativity should be enhanced among the students as well as the teachers. He mentioned that the importance of experiential learning and points out teaching should be student-centered rather than teacher-centered. He concluded saying that creativity should become a part of normal classroom. At the end of the inaugural session, Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, coordinator of examination, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, expressed our gratitude in words. Altogether, 658 participants were present in Cisco WebEx platform as well as YouTube live streaming. The first input session started at 10:30 a.m. and it was given by technologist Dr. Sarifa Ruzena Syed Aris, Dean, Associate Professor, Faculty of Education, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, on the topic The Service Learning Malaysia University for Society in New Normal Educational Ecosystem. She spoke about the importance of service learning and how it began in Malaysia. She highlighted about SULAM, its aims, objectives, goals, and various activities done by them. The main objective of SULAM is for the students to contribute to community using academic knowledge and skills. She also mentioned the various projects done before as well as after COVID pandemic with regard to online and offline mode, such as methods of teaching design, housekeeping management, and many more. She concluded by emphasizing on the fact that proper planning is needed to include service learning in our educational system to implement it. She has also clarified the queries raised by participants, which was moderated by Dr. Juan Noel Ilya Sharon, the Faculty of Education, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. The first input session came to an end by 11:30 a.m. after filling the online feedback form. The second input session was given by Dr. Jagpreet Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Punjabi University, Patiala, India, on the topic Pedagogy to Enhance Creativity. She started her session by explaining what creativity is, the reason why people are creative, and how creativity is assessed. She also mentioned about the uses of different creativity models like thinking hats technique and PMI technique, which is plus, minus, and interest in decision-making process, proposed by Edward D. Bono and many more. She emphasized on the fact that evaluation should be on their creativity and not on rote memorization, the importance of collaboration in 21st century learners, and need for learning skills. The entire session was moderated by Dr. C. Jayanti, Assistant Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai. The speaker also clarified the queries raised by the participants. The second input session came to an end by 12:30 p.m. after filling the online feedback form. We broke for lunch between 12:30 p.m. to 1 p.m. and started with the third input session by Dr. Itzer Barcelona, Dean, Teacher Education Program, Luz College, Philippines, on the topic ICT in New Normal Classroom. He began his talk by asking the audience a question that how creativity can be included in ICT. He emphasized on the current online practices such as asynchronous as well as synchronous classroom teaching, LMS, collaborative tools, and many more. He also mentioned that 21st century learners are the multitaskers, creative, adaptive, media survey, flexible, dynamic communicators, and collaborators. And he says that if students are engaged, then they have more opportunities to be creative. He suggested in the classroom that students should have the learning devices, proper Wi-Fi connectivity in order to promote teaching learning process. The entire session was moderated by Dr. P. Subramaniam, Assistant Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai. The speaker also clarified queries raised by the participants. The third input session came to an end at 2 p.m. after filling the online feedback form. The fourth input session was headed by Dr. A. John Lawrence, Associate Professor, St. Christopher's College of Education, Tirunelveli, India, on fostering creativity in teaching and learning. He began his session with a question whether the teachers are creative enough in the classroom situation to cope up with the needs and problems of the students. He elaborated that being creative can solve problems, get work done, thus brings job satisfaction, attracts the attention and interest of the students, and gives the teacher a self-confidence. He also emphasized that teachers should use the higher order thinking skills to analyze, synthesize all the information and to become pragmatic to solve the classroom problems. The entire session was moderated by Dr. Katyayani Subramaniam, Associate Professor, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. The speaker also clarified the queries raised by the participants. The session came to an end by 3 p.m. after filling the online feedback form. Day 1 was a knowledge sharing and knowledge gaining day. The feedback collected from all the participants were analyzed and sent as a report along with appreciation certificate as well as screenshots to all the 4 speakers of day 1 on the same day. The second day program started on 14th May 2022 by 9:30 a.m. with a fifth input session by Dr. Kaishapi Agasti, Assistant Professor, National Center for School Leadership, NEPA, New Delhi, on the topic Leadership for Enhancing Creativity in Classroom. She started her session by giving examples of some teachers from Jharkhand, Maharashtra, and Rajasthan who use their creativity and desire to make changes in the students to solve classroom problems. She pointed out various methods the teachers can use to reach the students to develop the creativity and self-learning among them. She emphasized on the fact that creativity should be integrated in students' daily life as well as classroom teaching. Further, she discussed 8 principles for including creativity in classroom. She concluded her session by highlighting about challenges in introducing creativity in classroom teaching. The entire session was moderated by Dr. Jnana Soundari, Assistant Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai. The speaker also clarified the queries raised by the participants. The fifth input session came to an end by 10:40 a.m. after filling in the online feedback form. The sixth input session was given by Professor D. Srinivasa Kumar, Dravidian University, Andhra Pradesh, on classroom management to enhance creativity. He spoke about creativity in nature by referring to Sri Gayatri Devi and the 5-color she glows on. He then mentioned COVID-19 and how it has become a cause for emergence for new classroom. He emphasized on the importance of the slogan, think globally and act locally. He further spoke about the different ways to foster creativity, which included open-ended projects, classroom collaboration, brainstorming, gamification, etc. The entire session was moderated by Siti Mustafa Damio, Associate Professor, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. The speaker also clarified all the queries raised by the participants. The sixth input session came to an end by 11:30 a.m. after filling in the online feedback form. The seventh input session started at 11:30 a.m. by Dr. Vijay Kumar, former Regional Director, NRC, NCTE, by giving a lecture on curriculum framework for teacher education. He began his session in a relaxing manner by narrating a story of a teacher and a student. He then went on to explain about National Education Policy 2020, its features, its preamble. Education is the fundamental for achieving human potential and developing equitable society to promote national development. He emphasized on the fact that nation is not built on bricks, but it is built on education. Economy of a country develops only with a quality education. Education can bring about equity and equality in a country. He further emphasized on National Knowledge Commission and says that teachers are the most important element in the school system. The session was moderated by Dr. E. Karthikeyan, Assistant Professor, Loyola College of Education, Chennai. The speaker also clarified the queries raised by the participants. The seventh input session came to an end by 12:30 p.m. after filling in the online feedback form. We had a lunch break on day 2 for half an hour and resumed to the 8th input session by 1 p.m. by Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, on the topic Revival of Assessment for Learning in the New Normal Classroom. She began her session by looking at the relationship between assessment and learning and explains the 3 types of assessment, that is, assessment of learning, assessment for learning, and assessment as learning. She also spoke about the role of teachers in 3 angles and how significant these 3 assessments are for the development of the students and the direction of learning. The entire session was moderated by Dr. A. Jasmine Christie, Assistant Professor, Loyola College of Education, Chennai. The speaker also clarified the queries raised by the participants. The 8th session came to an end by 2 p.m. after filling in the online feedback form. The feedback collected from all the participants will be analyzed and sent as a report along with the appreciation certificate and screenshots to their session to all the speakers for day 2 on the same day. The 2-day international webinar came to an end after the valedictory function in which Dr. K. Rajashekharan, Associate Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, welcomed the delegates. Dr. M. Carolyn Maria, IPAC Coordinator, Loyola College of Education, Chennai, one of the organizing secretary, is reading the report of webinar and 3 participants will be invited to share their experiences. Reverend Dr. Sebastian S. Jain, Secretary, Loyola College of Education, Professor Ramakrishnan, Professor Govindan, Professor Balakrishnan would be offering their felicitations. Dr. Mohammed Faizin Rahmat, Deputy Dean, Research Network and Industries, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, is invited to offer the valedictory address. At the end, Professor Mani, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, will close the international webinar with the expression of his words of gratitude to all the delegates and dignitaries. Overall, more than 300 participants through Cisco WebEx and YouTube, as well as 350 prospective teachers and faculty members of Loyola College of Education, altogether 750 participants on this 2-day international webinar. Participation certificate will be sent to your mail ID if you have filled in the feedback form for 8 input sessions. 100 participants will be sent their certificates in a day. Hence, it is a request from the organizing committee that participants are requested to wait for their turn to get their certificate within this week. Hope you all have a good input sessions for these 2 days, which you all would like to enhance the creativity in the new normal classroom environment and bring out desirable changes in the society to bring out a worthy nation. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Reverend Dr. Sebastian S.J., Secretary, Loyola College of Education, to felicitate the gathering.
Respected dignitaries, professors, the organizing committee, and my dear friends, good afternoon to you all. Probably it is a late evening for our friends in Malaysia. Good evening. Friends, we are obviously living in a new normal environment. Our students belonging to digital generation are quite familiar with the use of mobile and computers for good or bad. How about the teachers and teacher educators? As we all know, the present set of teachers are struggling to integrate ICTs in their teaching learning process. All of a sudden, the deadly corona pandemic disease has unfortunately taken so many lives of our loved ones, but it has also taught us so many lessons for life. Over and above, it has forced teachers and teacher educators to learn and cope with new technology in their teaching learning process. Presently, it has become new normal environment in teaching learning process. Therefore, the international webinar on enhancing creativity, the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects is a timely help to all teachers and teacher educators to reflect and research on how best we teachers can meet the demands of this situation in order to enhance the creativity of students. Very often in our classroom teaching learning environment, students' creative potential is underdeveloped and underutilized. The new normal should not be an excuse for teachers to undermine the creative dimension of students. Rather, it is an opportunity to appropriately use ICTs, the powerful technology available in the hands of the teachers and teacher educators and students to improve self-learning and to strengthen their spirit of innovation. Thus, we can train and form competent, committed, compassionate, creative, and caring teachers who in turn will form and shape future responsible citizens as men and women for others. They in turn will bring about desirable social transformation in the society. So on this occasion, I would like to congratulate and appreciate the organizers of these three institutions for your consistent hard work and team spirit from the very conception of this international webinar till date. I can't but single out our Dr. Carolyn Maria, our IPSC coordinator, who is known for her hard and creative work and perseverance in achieving her goal. In fact, she is a live wire in our Loyola College of Education. She's a special gift to our college. May God bless every one of you who have contributed towards this success of this webinar with the sound health of body and mind. Wish you all the best. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
I call upon Professor M. Govindan, Professor and Head, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, to felicitate the gathering.
Good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Once again, good afternoon to all. At the outset, I thank the organizing committee, especially my good friend as well as my well-wisher, Professor S. Mani, respected Reverend Father Sebastian, Secretary of Loyola College of Education, and Dr. Carolyn Maria, IQC Coordinator, Loyola College of Education, Professor Gitanjali Narayan, University of Technology, Mara, for having given me the opportunity to take part in this two-day international webinar on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects, jointly organized by Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, Technology Loyola College of Education, Chennai, in collaboration with University of Technology, Mara, and also I congratulate the organizing team, particularly the organizing secretaries, Professor S. Mani, Professor Gitanjali Narayanan, Dr. M. Carolyn Maria, and the organizing joint secretaries, Dr. K. Rajshekaran, Dr. C. Jayanti, Dr. P. Subramanian, Dr. T. P. Saravanan, Haisin, Rahmat, and Dr. Jasmine Christie and Swartikayan for their tireless effort to organize this two-day mega event. Friends, the title of the webinar is Enhancing Creativity in the New Normal Classroom Environment, Challenges and Prospects. Friends, today's world is more competitive, globalized, and digitalized. To overcome all these challenges, we all should be more creative, more knowledgeable, more critical thinking, and innovative ideas. Today's classroom is not like the previous year's classroom. Especially in the pandemic period, there is a lot of changes and challenges in the classrooms. In the previous days, we, the parents, the teachers, the management, we are not permitting the students to bring the mobile phone in the classroom. Unfortunately, due to pandemic, Nowadays, the parents, the teachers, and the schools, colleges forcing the students to bring the mobile phones in the classroom and to use the classroom for their teaching learning activities. Using mobile phone is nowadays inevitable one. However, the number of problems arises due to use of mobile phones. However, we have to use the classroom, particularly all the sectors, primary, whether it is primary or secondary or tertiary, to prevent the issues or problems arising using the mobile phones. So there is one rule that is called 20-20-20 rule, evolved by the Italian optometrist, that is Gianfranco Anselo. He only evolved the rule. The rule says if we look at the or if we use the mobile phone minutes, we have to look the object away from 20 feet for 20 seconds. If we adopt this rule, definitely it reduces our eye strain as well as watering in the eyes and also blurred visions. Friends, I request all of you, please advise our students while using the mobile phones in the teaching learning process. Friends, I can say so there are number of methods or strategies are available for enhancing the creativity among the students. But we have to use suitable methods for the particular target group for strengthening their creativity and also for developing innovative ideas. Sorry to say, nowadays students to ask questions in the classroom. Friends, through this platform, I request all the teachers, please allow the students in the classrooms to ask questions and also use the Socrates methods for increase their creativity. I hope that the today's international webinar definitely opened the eyes of the participants to create or to develop creativity among the students. I once again congratulate the entire team from Loyola College of Education as well as University of Technology Mara as well as our Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University for organizing this wonderful seminar during this pandemic period. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor. May I request Father Amal Raj, Loyola College of Education, to share his experience. Father Amal Raj, you can unmute yourself.
Am I audible, Gayatri? Gayatri, am I audible? Gayatri, am I audible?
Yes, yes, Father.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. So, acquiring knowledge is an act of human, and sharing that knowledge generously is an act of the divine. I feel that today many of us have participated in the divinity, that is, sharing the knowledge, the findings of our own life with the others. Especially on the counterpart, we are there, the student teachers who are on the receiving ends. We have received many things today. So that's where a great sharing has taken place on this day. across two minds, one to the other, the speaker and the numerous listeners. Across two universities, the Education University and the University at Malaysia. And that's where the convergence and divergence of ideas that have taken place on this day. And also we have crossed our borders. India and Malaysia have come together and shared and exchanged the ideas. Surely many ideas we subscribe to and some we wondered at, and there is no doubt about it. And as a stakeholder of education, as a student, I feel that I have a responsible role. And that was very clear to me. That's where today I listen to new method. Same concept, but new method, new approach, new perspective, new stream of thinking, and overall newness. Somewhat I am at a midpoint. I listen from the so-called the old ways and the newer ways of the ways of technology. So I am here with a responsible role to converge these two. And I received a great help, not just me, so many students who were listening. So that's where the whole day, the words that echoed were like learning, teaching, pedagogy, creativity, normal classroom, leadership, classroom management, curriculum, assessment, and ICT. So varied range of topics, the concepts connected to B.Ed, but then seen in a different perspective. That's where I see these 2 days have been very productive in my life. So I'm very grateful for the organizers and also wish all the best to all the listeners that we take in these aspects and in due time practice the same. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you for your feedback, Father. May I request Professor Ajit Singh Rana, Professor and Director, School of Education, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, to share his experience.
Namaskar. A very good afternoon to you. Am I audible, dear participants? Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Professor.
First of all, I must congratulate all three organizers, Tamil Nadu Teachers University, Loyola College of Education, and University of Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Indeed, it's a very meaningful and useful international conference, academically as well as full of use of technology. You made this kind of a virtual event like a physical event. So my heartily congratulations to the organizers. All the speakers of 8 sessions have delivered their content very nicely, effectively. As we see, technology has changed all over the world. Even roads have been changed. Our schools have been changed. Theaters, musical events, all except our classroom. I don't know how can we change our classroom. If we want to change or we want to bring some changes into the classroom, is it acceptable to the leaders? Is it acceptable to the principals or the administrators? So it is a question to across the globe and in the class. First of all, we should think about the children. Can we give them
enough opportunity or freedom to think, to talk, to imagine, to explore, to share or discuss their feelings, experiences, observations, ideas, point of view. In fact, all the students need a chance or situation to argue, to oppose, to complain, or to take decision. First of all, to bring the creativity, we should involve our students to take certain decisions of the schools, of the institutions. Number one. Number two, in the name of creativity, if we can use anything, but it's not useful, then it's meaningless. Like if we can use Fevistick and we put butter in the Fevistick and we can prepare a bread and butter, is it useful idea? If we can make a stand on our hand and put up the tissues to wipe our nose, it's a creative idea, but it's of no use. So today I learned a lot from the speakers, theoretically and practically. I like some speakers who have shown our ancient wisdom. I started with the ancient things. Some I forgot the name. I think Srinivasan was there. He started with the picture of a Gayatri, goddess Gayatri, not this Gayatri participant. And he remembered Vedas. In the inaugural session, Professor Panchanatham remembered Swami Vivekananda, and at the last, one speaker has remembered Swami Vivekananda. So, we should not forget our roots first. We should always remember what we had and now what we have. So, congratulations all the participants. Special thanks to Professor Panchanatham ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teachers University, and my respected friend Professor Mani for giving me this opportunity. I wish you all the best, all the participants. Right now, I'm working with the Open University in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. It's a state open university. I welcome you at any time to visit my place, to visit Gujarat, and let's work together if we get the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words, Professor. I now request Ms. Anita, Master's Candidate, Faculty of Education, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, to share her experience.
Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, Ms. Anita, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening to all committee, lecturer, and participant in Malaysia. And then good afternoon. Good afternoon for all the panelists, participant committee in India as well. Okay, first of all, I would love to thanks to all the committee and panelists for today's webinar. Thanks God, I have joined this webinar for these 2 days. And then I so much blessed because I have a chance to meet and to see directly the lecturer from India. Okay, regarding this today's webinar, maybe I would like to start my conclusion by saying that education is dynamic thing in about the regarding to the teaching practices, instructional curriculum, and then as well as the assessment processes. And as a teacher, because I am a student that will become a teacher next time, I do realize that we need to be like learner all the time, because that is the teachers all about. They need to learn in every single thing and every single time. And then personally, as a candidate of the teacher as well, through all of the material that have been given by all the panelists, is truly reboost my understanding that those kind of the things are not only optional for teachers again, but must. Okay, especially from the material from the first session that have been delivered by Dr. Sarifah Ruziana from University Teknologi Mara, who mentions that the successful of educations is the successful of educations when it success to address the community problem. And then I do much love this point because that is all education's all about. So it can address all the community problems. It can be economic, society, culture, and everything. And then the point from Dr. Jagrit Kaur from Punjab University, who more talk about the pedagogy for enhancing creativity. And then I do shortly highlight in this point that creative teacher will lead students to be a creative learner. Even the students can be creator for their lives. And then the material as well as because I just joined some of the points of the sessions 3 and 4 from Dr. John Lawrence, who I just little bit highlight that creativity in conducting, practicing, educating is a very important, but it can be applied in various way that must be led with some values and aspect as well. And then the points from Dr. Chris Sentry sorry if I spell a little bit words spelling, who talk about ICT. I do much interest with his material, but even though we talk about ICT, but as humanity, we need to deal about that as well. And then the thing that I do love as well is that teacher must be adept with ICT. Means that now we teach in different century, right? So maybe we are capable in ICT that we face right now, but must be different for the next time, for the 5 years next. So must be adapt in all the conditions on ICT. And then the material from my lecturer, Dr. Gita Anjali, doctor, he truly mentions about the assessment. But the point is, assessment is teacher is the main center of assessment itself. So it must be a balance between summative and formative assessment. Again, thanks for the chance for giving to me to summarize my experience about this webinar. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Anita, for your kind and constructive feedback. I now request Dr. Mohit Kairizan Rahmat, Deputy Dean, Research and Industry Network, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, to deliver the valedictory address.
Thank you. A warm and grateful afternoon greetings from Malaysia. Distinguished members and participants of international webinar on enhancing creativity in the new norms, classroom environment, challenges and prospects. On behalf of the Faculty of Education UITM, it's a great pleasure for me to say a few words at the end of this international webinars on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to express the Faculty of Education UITM deepest gratitude and appreciation to our counterpart, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University and Loyola College of Education, India, for collaboratively organizing this international webinar. This effort is in line with the universities and faculty's direction in ensuring collaborative effort with our strategic partners in order to ensure positive and desirable outcomes are achieved for both parties. Ladies and gentlemen, in these 2 days webinar session, I believe we have been encouraged by how technology, creativity have enabled the education system, educators, and the learning institution as a whole in facing the hard time of education due to the pandemic COVID-19. However, we are inspired by the experience sharing by colleges and experts from different countries, India and Malaysia, as well as different regions on how creativity was nurtured into overcoming this situation. It is expecting to it's exciting actually to see how creativity was nurtured and how creativity have resulted from a complex interrelationship of cognitive skills and abilities, personality and motivation, and the capability of students in learning to learn. It can be nurtured when instructors use strategies and thinking techniques which involve creation and rewards and values of creative efforts. As a conclusion, I truly believe that these 2 days international webinar have achieved its goal and aspiration in providing a venue for sharing knowledge, experience, and good practices of technology creativity adoption into education system. Hence, I personally hope that this magnitude sharing session should be held more regularly so that everyone, including academic, our international partners universities, and students, is clear on common direction in ensuring quality education happens. Finally, on behalf of the Faculty of Education UITM, I would like to express my utmost appreciation toward organizing committees, source persons, moderators, honorable speakers, participants from Philippines, India, and also Malaysia, and all over the place in fulfilling the objective of this international webinar. Special thanks to Dr. Gitanjali for being the representative of this collaborative partnership between the Faculty of Education UITM and Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University. May this collaboration continue with many more exciting partnership activities in the future. Thank you everybody and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your generous and motivating words, sir. When it comes to life, the critical thing is whether you take things for granted or take them with gratitude. By Gilbert Chesterton. May I request Professor S. Mani, Professor and Head, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, to propose the vote of thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Good evening to one and all virtually joined with us for this remarkable event of the validatory function of the 2-day international webinar on enhancing creativity in the new normal classroom environment, challenges and prospects. Organized by the Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, India, Loyola College of Education, Chennai, India, and University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Indeed, it is my privilege and pleasure to express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Professor Dr. N. Panchanadam, and respected Registrar in Charge, Professor M. Soundararajan, respected Controller of Examinations in charge, Professor P. Ganesan, and all the professors and heads of the departments of my university, especially my colleagues working in my department, Dr. K. Rajashekharan, Dr. C. Jayanti, Dr. P. Subramanian, Dr. D. P. Saravanan, and Dr. T. M. Gnanasoundari for their encouraging and valuable support extended to make this program possible. Thank you, dear colleagues. Also, I extend my gratitude to Professor Tatuk T.S. Dr. Haja Rosaya Muhammad Janor, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University Technology Mara, Malaysia, the Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Sharif Ruzaina Syed Aris, Dean Faculty of Education, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, Dr. Muhammad Khairizin Rahmat, the Deputy Dean, Research and Industry Network, and Faculty of Education, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, who has also delivered a very wonderful and meaningful address of making us to understand the importance of various issues pertaining to the new normal classroom situation and making use of the various online tools for effective teaching, learning, and evaluation process in this validity function. And Dr. Gitanjali Narayanan, one of the organizing secretaries of this event, the coordinator of examinations, Faculty of Education, University of Technology, Mara, Malaysia, Madam Munida Muhammad Izam, the coordinator of a corporate communication, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, and other teaching, non-teaching staff of University Technology of Mara, Malaysia, for their wholehearted support and encouragement to get connected with the Indian institutions, namely the Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University and one of the reputed College of Education in India, the Loyola College of Education, Chennai, India, for helping us to organize such a very wonderful program. I have been listening to some people off the screen, as well as I have been reading out some of the comments posted in the chat box by the participants, indicates that this has been a very useful, very relevant, meaningful, and very vibrating program that have made them to understand and to carry out all these into their real classroom situation when they meet their students very shortly. I would like to greatly acknowledge the unconditional support and encouragement provided by Reverend Father Dr. Francis P. Xavier, SJ, the Rector and Vice President of Loyola Institutions, Chennai, India, Reverend Father Dr. Sebastian, SJ, the most respected Secretary of Loyola College of Education, Chennai, India, and Dr. Mrs. L. Kulandai Teresal, the Principal of Loyola College of Education. More particularly, I would like to express my sincere thanks to my student, Dr. Mrs. M. Caroline Maria, one of the organizing secretaries, and also the IQAC coordinator of Loyola College of Education, made this event possible along with her colleagues, Dr. Mrs. A. Jasmine Christie and Dr. E. Karthikeyan, who is also happened to be my student, the IQAC members of the Loyola College of Education, and also serves as assistant professors of Loyola College of Education. Thank you, Reverend Father. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Sir, for helping us to conduct this program along with the University of Technology, Mara, Malaysia. I would like to greatly acknowledge the motivational and inspirational messages given by the great stalwarts in the field of education as guests of this validatory function, especially my heartfelt thanks to Reverend Father Sebastian, the Secretary, Loyola College of Education, my beloved friend and my philosopher and my best motivator, Professor M. Govindan, Professor and Head, Department of Educational Psychology, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, and also the most important address given by Dr. Mohammed Khairizin Rahmat, the Deputy Dean, during this valedictory function has been very inspiring, motivational. Thank you, sir. To all the three, I would like to specially thank on behalf of the organizing committee. My gratitude goes to my colleagues, Dr. K. Rajashekharan, who has welcomed the gathering during this virtual valedictory function, and also the others, particularly Dr. Caroline Maria, who has meticulously prepared and presented the webinar report as well on the first day, the dynamics of the webinar. It was really very interesting to not only to see but also to hear, because a very rare phenomena which we could see in the international webinar by making the report not only orally but also visually. I also express my sincere thanks on behalf of the entire team of this organization of the committee, particularly to Professor Ajit Rana Singh, who has been very kind enough to give us the feedback, and Father Amal Raj from Loyola College, and a very young and dynamic student, Miss Anita from Malaysia, for their valuable input to make our program meaningful and very realistic. Also help us to conduct such kind of events in the future. It was a very encouraging feedback. Thank you all. I would be miserably failing from my duty of proposing vote of thanks if I do not mention the sincere efforts taken by the resource persons who were kind enough to spare their valuable time amidst their busy schedule, and they have been delivering their lecture in a different way by motivating, inspiring, and also in a mind-blowing way on various sub-themes. I would like to just name out the Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Sharif Ruzaina Syed Aris from University of Technology, Mara, Dr. Jagpreet Kaur, Faculty of Education, Punjabi University, Patiala, Dr. Krishanti Exan. In fact, I wanted to thank him yesterday itself, but due to some reasons, I was not able to thank Dr. Krishanti Exapi Barcelona. It was a very interesting, session. I have been continuously listening to you throughout your session, sir. Thank you, sir, for you are also present here, I think. Thank you very much, sir. And also, I would like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. A. John Lawrence, the Associate Professor, St. Xavier's College of Education, Palayangotte, India, Dr. Kashya P. Avasti, the Faculty of National Center for School Leadership, NEPA, New Delhi, India, Professor T. Srinivasa Kumar, the Dean, Faculty of Education, HRD, Dravidian University, Andhra Pradesh, India, and Dr. Vijay Kumar, the former Regional Director of Northern Regional Committee, National Council for Teacher Education, is one of the statutory body that regulates the teacher education program in our country. And currently he is working as Faculty of Education, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry. And finally, I would like to express my sincere thanks to my most beloved friend and a great inspiring personality, Dr. Geetanjali Narayanan, one of the organizing secretaries of this program. And also she has played many role, not only by organizing the program, but also helping us to interconnected with all the three institutions by burning her day and night, including her holidays. And we have been very different way of, interaction on different times. Madam, you have not only helped us to make this program possible, but also you have helped us to, get connected throughout all these days for making this event possible. and you have also contributed as a resource person, as your session was very interesting. Thank you very much, ma'am. I am very much indebted to the good work done by the moderators for various sessions, namely Dr. Juan Nurelia SB, Sharil, Faculty of Education, University of Technology, Mara, Malaysia, my colleague Dr. C. Jayanti, my colleague Dr. P. Subramanian, and Madam Karthiyayani Subramanian, Associate Professor, Faculty of Education, University of Technology, Mara, and my colleague Dr. Jnana Soundari, Dr. Siti Maftullah Damin, Associate Professor, Faculty of Education, University Technology, Mara, and my student, Dr. E. Karthikeyan from Loyola College of Education, and my good friend, Dr. A. Jasmine Christie, Loyola College of Education. Thank you, sir, and thank you, madam, for your beautiful way of taking over the entire session as moderators and making the program a very successful one. My heartfelt thanks to all the teaching and non-teaching staff of University of Mara, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Loyola College of Education, who have helped either directly or indirectly to make this program very successful. And more particularly, the students of these three institutions have been kind enough to join and make this program a very successful one. I also would like to express my sincere acknowledgement to the dedicated services rendered by the people who were comparing the program, particularly Gayatri. I do not know whether you are a first year student or second year student, but I really feel very happy that you are a second year student. Your professor is indicating too. So I'm really very happy to see such a very resourceful person doing the B.Ed program, and I think that you are proving yourself as a very needed and appropriate teacher for the future of our country. Thank you, madam, for your wonderful comparing for the past 2 days, and also the technical staff of Loyola College of Education. In fact, I would like to thank Father Sebastian, the respected Secretary of Loyola College of Education, for sparing their platform, Cisco WebEx, to conduct this event very successfully. Father, we are not only thanking you, but also we thank all the technical staff who have been helping us to conduct this program very successfully, working behind the screen. Thank you all the technicians who have been kind enough to help. And particularly, I would like to thank the technicians from Mara University also, because University of Technology Mara, they have been very kind enough to help us to take the photographs and screenshots and all that. So thank you, Gitanjali Madam. Please convey my regards and thanks to all your colleagues and other friends who have been working behind the screen. And I'm also very much thankful to my good friends who have joined in this platform to listen to the 8 sessions across the globe as delegates and active participation in the last 2 days. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, for all your good work of making this event to happen very smoothly, successfully, by effectively participating as well, making this program a grand successful one. If I would have not mentioned anybody in this vote of thanks, it is not intentional. Kindly excuse me if I missed out anybody. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the participants, all the resource persons, all the organizing committee members, all other resourceful people who have either directly or indirectly helped us to make this event a very successful one. I believe that these 2 days international webinar would have been a kind of inspiration, source of motivation, and there could have been many takeaway from the 8 resource persons to practice them into your new normal classroom very shortly that you may be going to implement all these things successfully. Thank you all. Our sincere thanks once again to those who have either directly or indirectly made this program a successful one. Wish you all good luck. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I once again thank you all for participating and making this webinar a success. Have a great evening ahead. Participants, kindly switch on your video for screenshots as a memory.
Gayatri ma'am, you can give them instruction like smile or something like that.
Sure, sir. Smile, please. Thank you, dear participants.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank
Father,
you, sir.
thank
Thank
you.
you so much,
Thank
sir.
you, Dr. Pai.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Dr.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Professor Mani.
Thank you, Gitanjali ma'am,
Thank
Professor
you,
Barcelona,
Reverend Father. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Ajit Singh Rana ji. Thank you. Gayatri madam, thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Dr. Caroline, thank you so much.
Great event. Great event.
Three of
It all
you
happened only because
jointly
of you, all
organized
your
this.
support.
Very
Yes,
good.
yes. Yes,
Congrats.
Father. Thank you, Father. Thank you.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you for your blessings and prayers, Father.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank
you,
you,
Mani,
Dr.
sir.
Thank you, ma. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. X.
Thank you, Dr. Gita.
Dr. Caroline, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Will we leave the platform?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Karthi. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Parthiban.
Thank you. Thank you. Sabesh Chakraji, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ma'am, shall we leave, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Namaskar once again. Madam, vanakkam, nandri,
Yes,
nandri, nandri,
Nandri.
nandri. Nandri,
Please leave.
vanakkam.
Thank you.
All
you.
right.
Thank
See
you.
y'all.
you,
Have a
sir.
good weekend.
You have made it. You have made it. Both of you have done a very good job. Thank you.
To you too, sir.
Thank you.
We put it together.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Have a good
Yeah.
weekend, whatever is left.
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Whatever being
Yeah.
left can be taken up in the next program.
We have a holiday on Monday because tomorrow is a public holiday.
Okay.
It's Buddha's birthday, so
Okay.
in Malaysia it's a holiday, Vesak
Okay.
Day.
Okay, ma'am.
So it's carried forward for Monday, so I have an extra day to rest.
Okay.
Take rest. Take good rest and come, ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am, we
yes.
have been
Thank you, ma'am.
disturbing
I'll
you in
send
the
the reports
untime.
by today, ma'am.
Okay, no problem. Take your time.
Yeah, I'll finish by
Look at
today.
it. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Gitanjali madam, we have been
Yes.
disturbing in the untime and when you are very busy
No,
with
not at
your
all.
work.
Not at all.
Sorry.
I will normally reply Dr. Caroline early in the morning.
No, you both of you are early birds. Thank you.
But, because I'm 2 hours earlier than her, so
Okay. Thank you. All the
Okay, it
best.
was nice working with you all.
Yeah, thank you. It's
All
a good
right.
experience. It's a good
Yes.
experience. Thank you.
Okay, see you.
Convey our regards to all the authorities of
Okay, sure, I will.
technology, madam.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Okay, take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I shall take leave, yeah?
Please, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Please
All
leave.
right, bye.
Bye, ma'am.